Hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I am Tom. I am the Astro and we are fortunate enough to have some clear skies, so we are taking some live images of outer space. And I've already started on our first image because it's another one of those longer 60-minute exposures, and I figured it's enough time to kind of have a little bit of chatting going on. First Fusion, how you doing tonight? Thanks for jumping in. We have clear skies. We are not really in great danger of clouds. There's some cloudy periods that might kind of come out throughout the night, but it looks like we're gonna have maybe about 4 hours worth of clear skies, and I think that's gonna be just about enough for tonight. I do have work in the morning, so last night was really fun. It was a really fun stream last night, which I intended to only be about a couple hours, and it just kind of turned into a good conversation. A lot of people were coming in and out of the chat, and I didn't finish the image of the Pac-Man Nebula, but that's okay. It's it's a rough idea is what we have for the stream overall, and as I said before, I'm perfectly happy with things kind of taking a turn in either direction, just to see where we go with topics there. But thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Like I said, we're probably maybe about 4 hours worth of fun tonight before the clouds come and spoil the evening. And like I said, I'll kind of go for as long as possible. The weather forecast has changed in and out for the night. And right now it looks like we are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, yeah, about 4 hours worth, about maybe around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. If we see some clouds rolling in, that's probably going to be about it, because the forecast is we have full cloud coverage come about midnight in the UK. So we are on our image right now that is already working, and if there is some background noise that we're hearing, that'll end shortly. I am fortunate enough to have a washing machine in my kitchen, in my studio, so very fancy pants like. But yes, thank you guys very much for coming in there. I know we'll see some more people kind of trickle in as the stream goes on, and it's always a chilled environment. Always just happy to chat with you guys. Any questions that you have about astrophotography, about what I do, about astronomy in general, and we're here to answer those questions that might be burning in the back of your head. And if you, short of Googling, I'm glad you kind of stick around here. And to be fair, it's not that I don't Google things, but if there is some research to be done, or if there's something that's even kind of cropping up in space news, we're happy to we'll have a look at things and see what's going on around there. I know that one of the more recent articles that had come out was how scientists have discovered that there is more of a fossil galaxy kind of near the core of our Milky Way. So much like how we have our satellite galaxies, the large and small Magellanic Clouds, there have been other encounters in the past, and through scientists kind of measuring the movement of stars around the center of the Milky Way, and also just their chemical composition doesn't quite match up with how everything else should be. So there was those telltale signs of some other movement that's going on, and much like how some of the larger globular clusters still have those large orbits around our galaxy, because they maintain that even though our galaxy had flattened out. The galaxy mainly started as a sphere, but as it started spinning faster and faster, it did spread out. So those two, the centers kind of came together, and kind of like how a figure skater, when they're spinning around and they pull their arms in and start going faster, it's basically how the Milky Way kind of got its shape. But anything that's kind of on the outside has those orbits that they maintain, and any of the movement is generally maintained over millions and millions and billions of years. So when they kind of discovered this kind of fossil galaxy hiding in the near the center area of our Milky Way. That was kind of an interesting bit of science that's been done. The papers have been released, so it's cool to see that there's still more. There's always still gonna be more to discover. We just don't know. You got to know where to look. Like it's the wider kind of image that you get, you can detect some like larger movements, and it's not when you kind of get in closer that you're going to see some more focused movement on stars and such. So our plan for the night is to try and shoot as many things as possible. Unfortunately, the moon has gone behind the tree line there, just enough that we can't see it. So although we can see it with the security camera, the telescope isn't able to point itself in that direction, in that kind of angle. And even if it could, the tree is going to be in the way. But for the most part, there's some wispy clouds kind of coming in and out, and we'll deal with those as they come in, because we're not too fussed on things. And it's an easygoing Sunday night. We're kind of winding down the weekend, rolling into the new work week, and it's just this is my way of relaxing, really. I enjoy taking these images. I enjoy the chat that goes on, and always happy to see more people coming in and finding new faces. And I think it's a really interesting journey that we've been going on in just the short time that we've been with this project, So I'm very interested to see what kind of comes up. And kind of like last night, where some brain farts were kind of coming out, and I think I'll try to leave a lot of that unfiltered, because at least that kind of gives you guys an idea of what I do have in mind for the future, no matter how kind of grandiose the plan might be. Sometimes it is a budgetless idea that pops into my head, and then obviously money in that point is a bit of a factor, and that's kind of one of those monies that's a year's progression for the whole stream there. So it's a long-term plan, especially with astrophotography. There is, because we are waiting kind of like as each season rolls on to see different objects in the sky, short of being able to kind of consistently travel to the northern and southern hemisphere to capture as many targets, and also being in an area where you can have some better views. No trees, no neighbors' houses. I am limited in what we can see through our window to the universe. However, it does give us time to kind of really we can kind of go back and revisit images and revisit these targets, because there's some cool areas that maybe we'll have a look at different sections of a nebula. We have our kind of our virtual view of the cosmos with Stellarium, and we're able to see what's available. Actually, is Mars? Actually, once this image is done, maybe we'll go over to Mars for a bit and look at the red planet. Let's turn off the atmosphere so we can see a little more in Stellarium. So there's plenty of things that should be popping up on the screen. The Astrobot was on point last night, and it doesn't seem to be. It says it's reporting for duty. However, enough time has gone by that it should be rolling out some of the things here. Third Rock, how are you doing? Dang, stream is super early. Must have clear skies. Only 10 a.m. here. Yeah, we are. We're imaging early. It's sketchy sky. It's mainly looking like it's clear for a few hours, and basically for the rest of the week it's pants. So I've got to take this opportunity to get our time in. And also because usually about at this time, I'm kind of wrapping up the work day, so there's a little bit of faff to kind of get things going. So I managed to have everything ready to go at a decent hour, and yeah, we're right now. I'm just going after the Sol Nebula again, just doing a 16 and a half minute exposure. And what I probably will do after is I'm going to try to do a longer exposure on another target, and because I thought we would do something like that before, and I ended up talking about other things for so long that we could have. So after this, we'll pick another target in the area and see what 20 minutes ends up looking like with the camera, and if that doesn't muck things up, and see just how long we can kind of push the exposure time on this. It was clearish last night, but still no scope. No, really, eh? What's the time? Did they give you a time frame on when that should be all sorted for you? I mean, last night here it was it was cloudy. Still never finished that Pac-Man Nebula from last night, so we'll. I'm going to try to add more time onto the target, because an hour just isn't going to be enough. Especially even though the thing is the scope is running at f4.7, it's still slow enough that even a brighter target isn't going to show up too well. So for maybe a couple hours somehow we'll get that in there. You know, I think I actually might do with that's not it. Is for the most part, it's not that I don't. I'm gonna hide the dew heater for now, not because it's a depressing scene at 0, but essentially I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna get the dew heater system sorted out. But let's stick to our easier goals. A new scope is at the local telescope shop, but the SCT and Hyperstar rig has to sell first to pay for it. Fair enough. That was a bit of what I was doing with the TPO. Is I was waiting for a few of my bits to sell, and it was a series of not so much trolls, but people who said, "Oh yeah, I'll take it," and then they kind of go quiet for a while, and then some excuses start coming up, and it's like, well, if you didn't want it in the first place, just say so. You know, it's hard to shift the equipment and making sure that the budget's there. And obviously things worked out. I did get some buyers on things, and you know, in my view, I got 2 new people into astronomy, into stargazing or astrophotography, whatever they wanted to kind of do with those pieces of equipment that I sold them. So I was thinking the alternate of of getting like an Edge HD or something like that, and the Hyperstar, but the price of it, just for me right now, that price isn't quite in the cards. But I like that idea of being able to use the deep field and have the wide field as well to kind of convert it. I don't know how long it takes to kind of put a Hyperstar on front of a scope, how much time is involved with that. If it's a labored process, or if it's something you can kind of do fairly quickly, like an hour or 2, I don't know. I put a huge down payment on it to get it all ordered. The scope's been sitting there since August. We're talking $3,600 to $5,000 worth of kit, and it's overall, it's not the worst price for kits as well. There, I mean, I'm probably edging closer to the lower end on all of that with what I've invested over the years. So yeah, if that's your goal, then that's totally fine. I mean, yeah, there's tons of other stuff that I kind of want to get going on here, but I'm happy with what we have. And all right, okay. Now I just realized the temperature on the camera was only at 0, so we'll see how this image looks. continue cooling. So, all right, for me, that little hiccup of the night, everything has kind of gone well. That was the one thing that went wrong. The camera was cool, but not down to my usual temperature there. Although, how this is how it's turning out isn't looking too bad. Third Rock, what about Black Friday sales in the States for, I guess, telescope equipment? Do you usually get any good deals? Because there's a lot of places around here that just kind of stick with just internet prices, and we don't see a drop in any of the equipment. I'm just wondering if there's more shops in the States for telescope equipment that participates in Black Friday. Right, so we have a bit of the moon and a bit of the street lights, and a only 0 degrees temperature on the sensor there on a 16-minute image, and a little noisy, considering the how long it went. But at the same time, the stars look actually really good. The guiding has worked out well. C8 non-edge SCT, V4 Hyperstar and filter slider, f1.9 ZWO Pro. So that's all the kit that you're. Is that what you're selling, or is that what you're part of the bits that you're looking at? That's what you're selling. It looks like. I had a knockoff Pelican case for my some of my other equipment there, and I sold that on, I guess, for an all right price overall. Hey, Savvy, how are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well because we have clear skies. For how long? That's to be determined. But it looks like we'll have some decent skies for till about maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock maybe. We'll see how it goes. But glad to have you in here. How you been? An artificial star for collimation. Now, I was talking about, I don't know if you're in here at the time, Third Rock, when I was kind of talking about collimation, when I was looking at the tools needed for an RC8, or just the RC model telescopes in general. And it's like, it looks like it's going to run me, if I was to get all the tools, like over 300 some odd pounds, like close to 400 pounds for all the tools there. And I think it's one of those things that, yeah, collimation is incredibly necessary for things. However, if you're in a more stable configuration, how often would things kind of fall out of collimation? So spending that much money for like an hour or two worth of work, and then it sits there, it's not that it's not worth it. It's just kind of frustrating that you spent all this money, and then it just sits there. As far as Black Friday sales, I haven't really noticed much in gear in the last year, but I'm going to attribute it to the pandemic and what was going on in October last year. Fair enough. Yeah, I do see, I guess there seems to be more kind of clearance or open box stuff, even with OPT, rather than some of the other places here. It's not as many customer returns that pop in there. So, and nor really any sales, unless kind of like the companies directly are kind of throwing things down. Nobody really drops their prices that much. You're good, excellent. Weather's supposed to be okay for the next couple of days, so hopefully you should get some good image. Right now, my forecast doesn't look great past today until maybe about possibly next Saturday. So Thursday looks like it could be all right. It's got potential. However, the rest of the week is just showing just heavy clouds. no real rain in the forecast. Just yeah, just a lot of clouds. If it's gonna be cloudy, at least be rainy. Like throw it all down. Or if it's not gonna rain, then clouds can get out of the way. Although it is getting chilly. So that's your old scope setup you're selling. Just give someone a killer fast track, a killer fast jack of all trades setup. It's been tested, tried and true. And I see that idea, like when there's some people that if they know that that's what they want to do and that's what what they want to spend on there, and you get all that equipment, you're good to go. I think that's a fantastic way to really get into things, because I kind of knew almost right away that I did want to do astrophotography, but at the same time the budget was let me just dip my toes in the water here and just make absolutely sure. So it was a bit of a jury rigged setup that I had. But yeah, if there was the opportunity to kind of get things all in one go, and you're not waiting for certain equipment to kind of come in, like there's the dew heater equipment that I'm looking at. There's a couple of pieces that would still be on order, and I'm just kind of waiting for further word back from the retailers of whether or not when they're going to have them in, because obviously some shipping times have been adjusted. So yeah, to kind of get everything you kind of need to do what you want as soon as possible. I am kind of a let's get it all now, let's do it now kind of mentality. I don't always like waiting, but yeah, it's just the choices that people are going to want to have there. Why is my camera weird? Got a black bar down there. Yeah, well, that's okay. Right. So our image of the Sol Nebula was. I like the stars. I like that the stars are. Those are pretty good for 16 and a half minutes, and the guide looks like it was going really well overall. However, the temperature, the moon is kind of impacting things a little tiny bit, but that's going behind the house really soon. As far as partying with my old rig, it was for a few reasons. After we remodeled the outdoor office, I lost storage space for it. Also, I wanted a scope that if I wanted to travel to darker skies, I would be able to. And the C8 was just too much to want to travel, knowing that I would have to collimate it when I got to my dark sky spot, as well as when I got back home. Yeah, I guess that's a thing for if you're not going to be able to really prevent any jostling of the equipment as you're driving out to the areas there. So that's why I kind of figure if I was going to do more of a kind of a traveling session with the scope there, I would definitely want to look into. I would just probably try with a refractor and do a lot of wide field imaging there. But we'll hopefully get we'll throw the smaller refractor up onto the mount a little later in the season there. But tonight we are using the 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope. And for those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much. Celtic Raven, how are you doing? I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. We are shooting live images of space, and tonight we started off with a portion of the Sol Nebula, and a little bit of work needs to be done on there. You're doing great, fabulous. Love it. Love to hear that. It definitely wasn't because there was an issue with the rig. I really love to do fast optics, but you need room to store them, and they tend to be on the larger side. Yeah, I was always entertaining the thought of, do I want to go with a Rasa? But looking at the size of some of the scopes, it's out of my storage capabilities right now. So we'll. I think that this telescope that we have right now is about the largest one that I'm going to be using for a while there. and it works well overall. With our view, we have our shot of the moon that we can see easily with the scope, and we also do have Mars visible. So maybe we'll jump over to that in a short little bit there, while it's still available to us. And let me try and talk over the sound of my dryer, which should be done shortly. We can we don't have to worry about those sounds coming through there. But the shot of the Solar Nebula, I do like this portion of the Solar Nebula, because there's just that, I like that gap, but then every other area of all the hydrogen gas is, well, it's almost a little more interesting once the camera is cooled down to where we want it to. So we're going to drop that down to our normal target temperature of minus 10 degrees Celsius. I've said before, dropping it down to minus 20 wasn't like a holy kind of upgrade to the temperature reduction there. So minus 10 has worked out really well, and we're happy with that. Just making sure my camera looks all right. There's almost every time I kind of reboot OBS, there's something that changes just a tiny little bit. I don't touch anything, so it's weird how it likes to kind of have a mind of its own. Don't like that. I'll DM you my art so you can understand why I don't leave it set up. Total property size, including what the house is on 5,500 square feet. I've never been good with square footage. I know my house is the size of a postage stamp, so. Now, for those of you familiar with the stream, that sometimes the connection cuts out for some unknown reason. It looks like it's been stable for the whole day, and which means I'm probably going to lose connection like 12 or 13 times tonight. But we had it go out, not really go out, but just a slight hiccup in the connection there. So I'll always be back in a few seconds there. And if you have to reload your browser, or your pop in and pop out, or usually just kind of starts up and it's just fine. So we will see how that goes. Now we're in the Solar Nebula. Let's see. Let's see if there's maybe another section that'll kind of look interesting. Maybe we'll move down just a tiny bit and get a bit of an open cluster and some more some dark nebula in that area, provided the clouds are going to stay away. Actually, how high? If Mars is at a good elevation, then I'll go over to Mars for a bit, because I love looking at Mars. We're gonna have a go with Mars, because it's incredible to look at right now, and I'm gonna take the opportunity while we have it there. So let's save that. Make sure we got our screenshot. How much space do I have left on the hard drive here? 400 megabytes. We're fine. We're not going to take that many images tonight. We're about 17 megabytes a piece. I got 400 megabytes left. Whoop. Let's not close that. But we're gonna send this over to Mars. Now, how are you doing? I got 210 by 5-minute HA exposures of the Sol region. Currently, I'm still not happy with my data. Is it just you want more integration time? You want to pull more details out of there? It is a cool. I love that area as well. It's even especially what was the area that we had just taken. I did want to try to get as much time there. There's still I got a gradient from the moon kind of ruining things at the moment. But yeah, there's so much to see in this area with the Sol and the Heart Nebula. I like when I like seeing people do those massive mosaics of this section, and you get to see some really fine details throughout the image there. But yeah, definitely love the spot, and also just this was our 16.5-minute image. Didn't have the camera cooled down quite to the regular temperature that we shoot at. Maybe if I kind of back that off a little bit, we'll hide some of that noise. That's not too bad. I mean, the stars are nice and round, so guiding looks like it's on point tonight. So we'll run with that. But we're going to go over to Mars because, well, it's Mars. It's another planet. And if I could, I'm a little bummed out that I'm not going to be able to see the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter because they're just going to be to the the southwest, and that's completely inaccessible for my scope, unfortunately. But yeah, Mars is just enough above the roof line that we should be able to see it, and the scope should know where we're at. There we go. It's Mars. Not that impressive, eh? All right, let's make it a little more impressive. No? All right. Let's do our because we can't have video on this original version of the ASI Air. We circumvent that. And we change we basically treat it as an exposure time. And let's get a little closer there. So there we go. That is oh, that's let me check the guiding, see if we're on a decent. Oh, looks like we got clouds rolling in here. Do we have some clouds? We don't want that. Maybe a bit of, no, just like maybe a bit of haze, kind of seeing around the moon. But yeah, I knew there was going to be some clouds rolling in. So let's pick let's go with that star there. And this is a live shot of Mars. Now, usually a lot of the image that we take are kind of 5 or 10 minute exposures, and we're letting the camera leave its shutter open. However, when you're doing planetary imaging, you're gonna be better off taking video because there's so much atmospheric disturbance that you're not going to be able to kind of get those clear points of stability within the atmosphere. So you take video and you want to kind of you'll process those frames, which I'm not set up to do a proper process of the planet. So we just kind of sit here and enjoy the views live through the scope there. So I'm just trying to get that balance in the histogram. Now also the filter that I'm using probably isn't going to be the best to look at the planet because it is a narrowband filter and we got a bit of a green tint, but still seeing the red of the planet. You know, we're at a focal length of just about 980 millimeters. And if I was maybe to use the native focal length, we'd have a little bit larger image of Mars. However, being able to see even just surface details, the dark areas that we're seeing there is is planetary features that we're seeing right now. Mars being let's see, what's the distance right now? About 87.4 million kilometers away, or just under 5 light minutes. So, relatively close at the moment in their orbits. But I really, the first time that I actually kind of figured out that I could kind of run the scope in this way, kind of pretending we're focusing on a star, and using the video, we're able to kind of catch those fleeting glimpses of the planet and get those surface details. And there's just that kind of that sweet spot in the histogram where we can really get some good contrast. And before, I have tried in the past to get a video to get some images of Mars, but that didn't turn out too well. It was a largely featureless image. The large dust storm that was going on with the planet at the moment there was possibly impacted things. There was also even just my my processing skills there. Better explain, but my backyard that is usable is a 3 meters by 9 meters wide, and there's one spot in the yard that gives me the very best sky. It leaves the scope right in the middle of the walkway. Fair enough. So kind of, there's really no, you can't just kind of leave it off to the side. I get you. Because of that, I break my rig down nightly and store it away. Fair enough. I used to, that was the same thing. I would take my rig in and out, and that was more of the just not having a cover, or just being able to, I wouldn't want to leave it out in under the elements. But yeah, kind of once I worked out a way to keep it a little more secure, and having it also safe from the elements, it's I kind of think back to those days when, I was breaking things down and risking the weather. Something like this. If I only had these the possibility of a few hours, I probably wouldn't have set up in the past. So, having only that short amount of setup time is just afforded these opportunities. But yeah. Even with the kind of the simpler go-to Alt-Az scope, when I was kind of setting up, it would still deter me a little bit from not having to, just be at a position where I could be ready to go. So, you really have to get that motivation up to get the rig set up for maybe just a couple hours worth of imaging. Because I'd happily stay out all night long for an imaging session, but unfortunately we need to sleep. It's kind of annoying. and then work the next day. Kind of annoying. But, just talking last night about what would the options be of doing something like this, full time, and how would that change the kind of the mentality of things? Would it be just as enjoyable as like something, or would it turn into another job? Would there be anything lost in the appeal of all this? So I do wonder that, but at the same time, just everything that we're doing right now, everything that's kind of going on with this, I don't feel that I don't want to set up. It's like, good, I get to set up, I get to start imaging some more. And it is, I guess it also is that kind of sharing this experience with a community that enjoys astrophotography or has that general interest in space, and just being able to talk about it. That's the subject, and always trying to kind of shoehorn that in on other conversations and things like that. But this is what I enjoy doing, and whether no money comes in or any money comes in, that's not the point of that for this stream. It's always nice, but that's not the point. Is that I wanted to just have a community of people that we can talk to, and then share what I'm doing out in my back garden. And then there's people that they just can't be able to. They may not be able to get out an image. They may not have the kind of equipment, and just being able to provide these images is what makes me happy about this whole thing. And just if there's someone who has never seen Mars before, here it is right now. It's just one of these the enjoyment that I get out of this hobby, this kind of lifestyle, even because you sacrifice a lot of sleep sometimes. I bought a tarp for it to cover it in case of rain, but it only took me 20 minutes to set up, another 20 minutes for polar alignment and making sure things are talking. That's why I stay up all night if I can. For me it is. Yeah, it's stressful doing full time when you get burnt out. If you want to do what I did, a week's worth of 13-hour streams during the winter, eventually you need to rest. So yeah, it's I kind of started feeling it the last after those two sessions where I was almost going until 2 a.m. But totally worth it. Guess who? Alpha, how you doing? How you doing, brother? Good to see you in here. How have you been? Your music, your composition has been going over really well. It is in the mix. It actually, if you had been here at the start, that is our opening music now. Is your Heart Nebula theme. So I'm still very grateful for what you did there, and it's getting some very good reception on there. I also had another friend that might be getting in touch with you, so hopefully that kind of comes to fruition for you there. Yeah, we were playing the song last night, and a couple people were kind of into it, and so I sent them at least your SoundCloud details, because that was kind of about the only contact I had for you. So if there's another way that we can get people in touch with you, that'd be good. For me, not being able to work due to my injuries from my last job, I had to do something, since I don't sleep much anyway. Because of the back and neck, I decided I might as well be productive. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you are in a position that you are going to be awake. Actually, here is the tune that Alpha had composed. Turn this up a bit. lot of things start out as a hobby. You never know where they're going to go. So yeah, that is a small sample of the theme, the Heart Nebula, that Alpha Unity had composed through Beatbox, and I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's got such a an orchestral sound, and it's just very it works out well with everything. Actually, I'm working on I'm going to be putting together a bit of a, I guess, an opening video segment to kind of lead into things there, to change things up a bit. Like I said, the slow evolution of the stream that we'll be working on here, because of, you know, life, full-time job, and at times that doing the stream, the behind the scenes stuff on streaming can feel like a bit of full-time work there. So, you know, it's trying to, as always, trying to find some kind of balance between things. I enjoy every little aspect of this, and just trying to find the right information from other people who have been doing streaming a lot longer, and just making sure that you know, I'm not wasting time with I guess certain elements of things. How's our looks like we have some haze kind of coming through there. But let's see if we can maybe get a little, I don't think actually, maybe going 1/10 of a second might be too much to get any details coming through on here. Do you know if the Mr. Beast in Discord is the YouTube Mr. Beast? On which, my Discord? Hello, Astro Beard. Hello, fellow bearded astronomer. How you been? I don't think that is, if that's who I'm thinking it is in the chat, or in the Discord. Life is good. Life is good. When the skies are clear, life is grand. No, that's another person from, they put their name as Mr. Beast for some reason. It is not Mr. Beast. I don't know how to force that name to be their actual name. Oh, what's this? Yeah. There we go. We don't need impostors. All right, yeah, just looking at your rig there, Third Rock. yeah, I can see how that can kind of get in the way with things, and it is it's a nice looking back garden that you have. I like that. Do you don't have do you get much vibration issues with all the stones? Right click. I have. I'll leave their let them have their fun, but just also let know that it is not. Yeah. Also, with the Discord being set up just yesterday, there's still a bit of work that's going to have to that's going into this. So we're you know like I said, my goal of last night or yesterday for this weekend was just to get this up and running. So happy to have that going there, and we'll see that evolve over the next few weeks there. Because it looks like from a lot of other people's discords, I'm a ways off from getting this thing to a working point. So we'll see this go. I'll check out what some other people are doing, and oh, there we go. The Astrobot's telling us now to join our Discord. We'll grow with this together there. So it's over 2 meters tall, and that's why you see the glow-in-the-dark vibration pads on the tripod. Yes, yeah, same thing. My rig, it's over 2 meters as well, because just to be able to see over that roof line, it's mildly annoying at times, and yeah, I do have to wait for certain targets to be about 36 degrees above the horizon, so I can actually start to see them. Where you miss out on some of those targets, especially when Orion is already up in the night sky at this point. I still have to wait until about just after midnight to start getting any images of that area there. But yeah, we spent quite a bit of time on Mars right now. I think let's see if I just go to. If we lower exposure, so we don't have much more of that green tint. But it looks like maybe there's a little bit of haze rolling through. It's causing some displeasure with the mount at the moment. But I figured that was going to be a little bit of clouds rolling through. Although it does say at this point we should be fairly green with just a little bit of clouds in the way. So maybe that'll kind of clear up in a hot minute there. We'll be fine for some other targets. So while we're doing that, let's take a look at what can I shoot in this area that will be fun to look at there. I mean, always Triangulum is always a good target that shows up in here with all right, let's I'm going to go over to M33, and we're going to do a longer exposure on that one as well. Try and get as much detail kind of popping out of there, because maybe we'll get some cool shots of that, because I do like how those the nebulae pop out with this filter, so you lose a bit of detail in the overall galaxy structure, but we see some other bits in there. We learned to make do with what we have at home. It's gotten to the point where I set up, I'm only slightly off polar alignment when I set up, because I only set up in one spot. Yeah, same with I only have that one section in my back garden where I'm going to have any views. So it is kind of, this time you get used to that alignment where everything is going to be pointing. So, I don't know how much you break down your your equipment there. Yeah, what's the target that you might, let's see if that's available. Always interested to see what, I have our go-to targets that are fun to look at, but also at the same time, there's a whole lot of sky out there, so we'll see if it's available, and if it is, definitely we'll take some time on a target. And if it's not high at the moment, we'll kind of keep that in mind for a little later in the evening there. Let's see, what's our sky look like? Oh, it's not too bad, actually. You can see what looks like maybe a bit of haze around the moon. Well, that also just could be that it's so bright, or even like my neighbor's exhaust coming out of their I think I can see it's part of their heating. Calabash Nebula. NG is close to NGC 2438. The Rotten Egg Nebula. Let's see. So it's close to NGC 2438. Nope. How far does it... Now that is... Oh, my laundry's ready. Oh. Oh, damn. All right. What would the view be on that? No, wrong way. All right, at the native focal length, that wouldn't be too. That would look pretty cool in the, especially with that the cluster of stars there. But I am at, so that would be our view. That'd be a really interesting target to shoot, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like it gets much higher. That was what, 2438. Yeah, it looks like it reaches about 21 degrees above the horizon, which would kind of almost be, if we're looking at it, would be, it would almost kind of appear like in this section of the sky, which I would have like very limited time on the target. So if this tree were to, I don't know, have a case of leprosy befall it and it kind of gets out of the way there, we might be able to catch something like that. But that is at about, that's about 2 in the morning when that target is kind of above there. All right, let's get a look at that there. NGC 2438. The link didn't come through there. It just went to an empty. Have you considered? Yes, I have. I've considered trimming the branches off. I don't have the equipment, and also not a lot of tree surgeons are going to be coming out during the national lockdown. So it's a little annoying there. Also, the trees that we are looking at, it's about that's about 20. It's actually about 20 feet for me, and about the other part of the branch that we can't see is probably about another 15 feet up. So it's a little deceptive the way how this is kind of sat here in the sky, or in the frame there. Arij, how you doing? I am well. I'm doing really well. Hope you are the same, because we got some clear skies tonight, and I'm very happy with that. We're just trying to check out some other targets that just aren't going to be quite available at the moment. So we were just looking at Mars there, and actually we'll let's go over to. Right, so that was that Calabash Nebula that you were mentioning there. I think that would look be a cool planetary nebula to see. It's very much like the Ring Nebula. Let's take a look at the A-pod. That was from 2011, eh? So that's a much more detailed version of a potential target that we'd have probably late in the evening. We'll see how things go for future sessions there. But I definitely would like to try and get that. And it would have to be like well timed, so that it is we're catching it in between the roof lines there. So actually, we still have the moon is annoying. It is kind of it's going away there, and we do still have a view of Mars. So that's our live shot of Mars right now, and that's about as good as I can get it through the scope. With a longer filter focal length, we could probably pull out a few more details there, but we're getting some planetary details along that, and it's we're getting our red tint overall, and just really playing with the histogram there to try and get a little better contrast. But we've been kind of sitting on Mars for quite a while this evening, and really at the same time I love looking at this, and when you get those quick glimpses of some sharp features on there, it's unfortunately I can't get any more zoomed in. There's no other further zoom available. I guess I could resize the window, but there's some other settings that I may have to work on. But that's just going to amplify any of the pixels on here. But it comes through fairly well, even with the it's a narrowband filter that we're shooting with, so maybe if we had more of a broadband, it would come out maybe a little more contrasty. But until the automatic thing kind of comes in there. The weirdest thing for me personally was realizing that the planets and moons often need longer focal lengths than deep sky objects. Yeah, and just the way how the um, just how much is visible, how much of a nebula is visible in a wide field shot, just has to maybe kind of drive home that scale of just how large these structures are in our galaxy, and even just seeing other galaxies, how much larger, just how large everything really is, And so when you look at the planets, like if I zoom out on this, it's it's very tiny. It's even tinier in the kind of in our what our image would look like there if we were to kind of just take a single shot of it. So at least when we're doing a little faking of planetary video by just choosing the focus mode with the ASI Air. Okay, this one, Third Rock. This is this one here. And that's close by to the does it not have a catalog number yet? We're not seeing that? Oh, there it is down there. Son of a biscuit. Here I am looking at this planetary nebula thinking, all right, that's cool. Yeah, okay, I would definitely be shooting some long exposures with that, and also, yeah, if I had the ASI Air Pro, then if we kind of start doing some live stacking, then we can take that time to build up that image without and cutting down on the noise there. But yeah, that's super tiny, but at the same time, that is really cool. So this is one of Hubble's images of that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a full-size Hubble telescope. If they're not going to be using it, let's get a Kickstarter together to buy the Hubble telescope for the public. All right, so there is our. Let's stick on Mars just for a couple more seconds here while we check out another target. Yeah, it's an interesting shape. So it looks like we have so it's a planetary nebula. So there'd be our star and all the ejected matter, but it's that weird shape that it's created there, almost a little squid-like, or even just like a wine bottle. And then even further behind, there's another little galaxy in the shot there. So I love when there's like you have your main focus, but then there's a galaxy there. There's a galaxy there, another galaxy there. Very, very faint. Probably maybe two more back there. I don't know how well that's kind of showing up on your image there, but yeah, so that would definitely be I mean, that'd be a difficult target to acquire, but at the same time, that would be really rewarding to kind of get a decent image out of that there. So, what is all about this? It's a protoplanetary nebula, 1.4 light years long, and located about 5,000 light years from Earth in the constellation Puppis. Named the Calabash Nebula, was first proposed in 1989. So this is still fairly recent. I love it. I mean, even the NGC 2438 is an interesting target in that section too. All right, so Mars will we will say toodaloo to Mars in just a moment here. So I pick the next target that we're going to look at, and I'm kind of thinking M33. Looks like you need some dark skies for that. Magnitude 9. What Bortle are you? I'm in Bortle 5, and also when it'll be about. It's usually. It looks like right now it's about 2 in the morning when that target is going to be available for me, and hang on. Where's my mouse pointer? It's it ends up that it'll kind of be about maybe this part of the sky when it is available, because it is pretty low, and yeah, that would also involve getting rid of this kind of section of the tree there to open up that part of the night sky. So I will we'll go over to M33. I'll do a longer exposure on that one as well. The guiding has been nice and stable, so we'll pick that out. And we'll do a longer exposure on that and just try to get, again, some more details that kind of come through there. Oh. Kind of jumped. There we go. So we are aiming the scope at the Triangulum Galaxy, or sometimes also labeled as the Pinwheel Galaxy. And now we do not want to plate solve. Let's stop that. Let's go back to preview. Yes, for those of you who've just joined in, we are imaging objects live in space right now. We're currently aimed at the Triangulum Galaxy. It's one of our nearest neighbors. And along with Andromeda, the three of us will have a massive party in about 4 or 5 billion years. Hey, might or might not work on something right now. Fair enough. If I don't know what that something is that you might be working on there, Alpha, but we're here. We're here for a couple more hours at least. So we'll. As long as the skies are clear, we're going to be shooting as many targets as possible, as long as I shut up long enough to pick a new target. So let's make sure. It looks like we're on there. We are on the pinwheel. Let's pick a star that's not going to get lost in guiding. Now it's also, it looks like there's a good chance that even like my neighbor's lights may still be on. So they're all right, let's go with that star there. That'll punch through any haze, any lights that are going to be getting in our way. Just wait for that to settle. Sent me a sneak peek. I'm assuming that's through. So I'm not getting any audible notifications from what's it called? Discord. I have to set those up. I have no way of separating the audio at the moment. I'll see. Give me 1 sec there, Alpha. We'll have a sneak peek. Do your neighbors know you do Astro? When I told them to turn the lights off at night, they looked at me like, what? I don't think they do. Also, for the most part, I don't really talk to the neighbors that much. Everybody's keeping to themselves, and really, for the most part, we never really spoke as much anyway. But it's only 7:30. I was gonna say it's getting a little late. They'll probably shut their lights off in a bit. I also forgot that it's early. We started much earlier than usual, so yeah, it'll probably be a bit of not an issue, but just a mild annoyance for the most part. My neighbor asked me if I was growing weed in my observatory. Is that like the like everybody's go-to assumption that you have you have a shed or some kind of observatory type deal in the back there, and it's instantly, oh, they're growing weed, aren't they? Like, no, I'm doing something much cooler. Yeah, longer dark nights are amazing. I'm enjoying it too. Yes, I love this point of the year, and also the nights are still getting longer. We still haven't reached the equinox yet, so we'll or sorry, that's not the equinox. Sorry, the winter solstice. Growing weed is rubbish. Photographing the universe is better. Yes. All right. That guiding is good. Let me make sure that everything is going well there, and we'll do a long exposure, a super long exposure of the triangulum. Actually, I said I was going to try out. Let's see. Oh, maximum range is 2,000. So that's 2,000 seconds. That's is that 30? Math. It'd be 33.5-minute exposure. I don't know if it could handle that. I'm using PhD. Negative. This is all being controlled through the ASI Air. So it is their proprietary guiding system. However, it works. It functions very incredibly similarly to for PhD. You can sometimes it'll auto select a star, but sometimes you can kind of pick the general area, and it'll select the kind of the brightest star in the field there. And I generally kind of keep a wider star, just because if there is any haze, or brighter star, sorry, that any haze that kind of forms, such as like any of the exhaust kind of coming up from my neighbor's um, um, roof, or whatever exhaust is going on there, then that way at least the star is going to punch through that there. Okay, I'm going to do a quick exposure on here and just see how, I can't remember, it's been so long since I've done an auto run. We'll call this M33. I can spell Twitch. And we'll do let's just do a 60-second exposure, and we're just going to do one. And then also, if for those who may not have actually used the ASI Air, you can kind of assign what's going to be your light frames, what'll be your bias, flats, and darks, and you can kind of, it'll kind of run through these. So it will give you the notification for your darks to that you make sure you have the lens cap on. I would generally just shoot these separately anyway, because sometimes if end of the night, we're just letting the scope do its thing, and I don't have it automated to have any covers kind of come down on the scope or anything like that. So I'd have to do I could build the darks anyway, say, and have the camera just in the refrigerator and use the information from that there, but it's still attached to the scope. So let's we'll do that one, and we will not have this shut down and go to the home position, because that will require me to kind of go back outside for a second to reset everything. So a 60-second exposure, one frame, and we'll do that. That way I just want to see what comes out of there. Can I adjust it afterwards? So if we do force it to do a 33-minute exposure, we'll see how it goes. What? Okay. I just saw the title of the stream. Why is it still wrong? There we go. I don't know why it was. It came up as rainy day astronomy, and that's not what we're doing. We're taking live images of space tonight. All right. So it looks like, yeah, we can. Let's auto. All right, so yeah, I can still play around with the image there. So there's our 1 minute exposure. There's a nice barometer for things. Yeah, I think let's push it. Let's just see what happens tonight, and just see what kind of comes out of this image there. Hopefully, everything works out in our favor, and we will reset our progress. And accept. There you go. Let's we'll get that. Make sure nothing else is going to shut down. We'll make sure that's all right. It's cold outside. The thing isn't doing much, so I'm going to drop it a further 5 degrees, because this is going to be a longer exposure. And actually, forget it. let's bring it down. Let's bring it way down, because leaving the camera exposing for that amount of time is going to be crazy. This is it. Now, this could work out or it may not, and you know, it's we don't know how this is going to turn out. So this is a experiment that we are doing right now with you guys. We're going to aim for a 33-minute exposure of the Triangulum Galaxy. Tell your friends. Let people know we're trying something on this channel that hasn't been done before. The guiding looks to be absolutely tremendous right now. So I think, oh wait, why is guiding stopped? That's why it looks tremendous, because it's not going. All right. Guiding looks tremendous. It's not working, man. Maybe it won't be as tremendous. We'll see. All right, camera is almost down to minus 20 degrees. We are framed up. We're framed up nice. Is that nice and centered? That's close enough. Close enough to be centered that we're not going to muck about with things. Let's turn all those little tools off there, and reset the guiding. Stars nice and bright. All right, 2,000 seconds on M33. Yeah, I think we have a nice high pressure system kind of sitting above us right now. So we've started it. So to paraphrase Doc Brown in Back to the Future, in 33 minutes, you're going to see some serious shit. So this is our, we're doing 33. We'll see how this turns out. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully everything works out well and we get something kind of really cool coming out the other end of the camera here. Like I said, I've dropped the temperature down to 21 degrees below zero. The cooler still hasn't even reached 50% of its output, so it's still not even working that hard. I've had it up to 60% on some warmer days, and really it's at minus 21, so it's going to kind of it'll back off a little bit and let it reach that minus 20 degrees Celsius and nice and cool. And we will, looks like the guiding is kind of settling in there. Let's clear that one more time, just so the numbers look all right. I mean, when we did the 16-minute exposure that we did at the beginning of the night with the Sol Nebula, the stars were nice. Everything was working out well, so it looks like we're favorable for things. So, like I said before, the Triangulum Galaxy is part of our local group, and it's a little closer to Andromeda than we are to to the two there. But both of these, all three of us, the Milky Way Galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy, and Andromeda are gravitationally bound, and will eventually have a giant party once the three of them merge together in a few billion years. So we'll all come around and hang around for that and see it all go down there. And it's funny that the big fact comes out about just Andromeda is on a collision course, and I feel bad for the Triangulum that it just doesn't get the love that it should. It's a little smaller. Not as big, not as bright, but it's about 50,000 light years in diameter, about half the size of our Milky Way. So, it's not as massive. Like when we shoot the Andromeda galaxy, it takes up more than the whole sensor there. So we don't get to see the big picture on the whole thing. Where can let me open the files there. Yep, that's what we put it at. We have put it at the max time available on the camera there. So hopefully everything. Yep, that's what I saw. Just checked how long it can go, and we're just going to try for it and see what happens. Maybe it turns out all right. Maybe it doesn't. We will see in a few minutes there. So, and I have rambled on other occasions long enough to to let the time pass. We'll have a look at some other images there. As long as my internet's all right, that'll reconnect. It's we're fine. We are good. So, just some previous images, like the Andromeda galaxy that we did shoot the other night. It takes up much more of the sensor. There's still tons more of the galaxy that's on either side of this frame, and it's satellite galaxies on either corner as well. So it's much larger. It's much more luminous than the Triangulum galaxy. So it is going to get more love. It's easier to see. It's not as faint. However, just all the nebulae within the Triangulum galaxy is incredibly interesting as well, and it fits really nice in this this frame of view that we have. So we'll see how that turns out. I mean, like 60 minutes for this. The guiding was overall just fine. So I think it was probably even a little worse on this session than it was on that other night, or than on tonight. So we'll see how this turns out. And as long as we don't have any, maybe not any Starlink kind of coming through the area. And even I've noticed, even still right now, the air traffic is still incredibly low. And also, being in a national lockdown at the moment, but it still hasn't really picked up in the area enough that I'm catching, planes flying through my field of view. But also, what I love about this camera is that we're seeing a nice, even gradient coming out of the core there. It's not completely blown out. So while there is a bit of elongation in the stars from a bit of the guiding errors, and I'm expecting maybe little oblong stars in the exposure that we're working on right now. But with this previous image of Andromeda, going for that long, so we'll be doing basically almost a little double than of the exposure time. So I will be interested to see exactly what comes out of this, because that's going to be really cool. And also, I do like that it's still only quarter to 8 in the evening for me, and we're just kind of getting into things. And the forecast is still holding steady, looking like things will kind of wrap up possibly around like 10 o'clock ish, 10:30, and that's that'll wind down the weekend for me. For those of you who are on the in North America right now, you still have a lot of your Sunday available to kind of chill and relax, and happy that you guys are wherever you are on the planet, that you're hanging out here with me, hanging out here with everybody else, and we're just having some fun looking at these images of space. And now trying our first silly long exposure on M33. I do have some previous images that we can kind of maybe compare against afterwards once once that exposure comes through. That we've shot M33 in the past. It's always a nice target to look at. You know, this was M33 that it was shot again with the narrowband filter that we're using, but it was also on the wide field scope on the smaller refractor, so you get a nice view of just where it is, you know, just how small it is in the sensor. I believe I do have Andromeda in a wide field shot. Let me see. So that should be, all right, there we go. There we go. So there's Andromeda in a wide field image. So there's, yeah, it takes up much more in the sensor there than Triangulum, which basically kind of is like the size of the core area of Andromeda. So it's this is going to be much easier to see in a dark sky site. You know, a bit of a smudge, brighter smudge in the sky that you're going to be able to see the Andromeda galaxy versus the Triangulum, which is much smaller. But again, all three of us are gravitationally bound within the local group. But I haven't seen Andromeda with the naked eye. Haven't been in a dark sky area dark enough when Andromeda is available to see. So it's you know, one of those targets I'd like to be able to get to an area where we can have a look at things. So yeah, this was my first shot of Andromeda of the season there. And this was actually basically as the sun was coming up. It was one of those at the end of the session. It was just above the roof line. I'm like, I got to try for it. I got to go for it. And so that was back in June when I shot this one at about just about 3 in the morning. So, you know, in June we were, what's our, April, May, June, we were still within, we had no astronomical dark. So it wasn't really dark enough to get any decent shots of some of the targets. You had to stick to lower exposure times because the sky would just start getting washed out too much, and it's the trade-off kind of living at these at this latitude that you're able to that we have those longer nights. You know, we're ready to start shooting at like 5:30 in the afternoon, in the evening, you know, or pre-evening, depending on how you're going to measure time. But it's just having the access to other targets there. You know, and Mars just kind of having its just peeking up above the top of the telescope there. So still well within view. Looks like we got the two stars there. Yeah, it's not part of Triangulum. That is, looks like Hamal and Sheraton, part of the in the Aries constellation. But yeah, just that that comparison between the two galaxies. You know, when you look at the the longer focal lengths, and this is at just under 1,000 millimeters, and then the native focal length of this scope is 1,600 millimeters. So we'll be almost kind of cropped in double of what we'd be looking at there, and just getting greater resolution. So we'd probably be looking at more of just this section and getting to get some real more definition within the dust lanes, the molecular dust that's in this area. But even for a one-shot color camera, like what's kind of coming through the other end of this is still impressive to look at. I mean, first looking at it against my DSLR, I would never be able to get a single shot of Andromeda like this. So at the same time, there's lots that you can do with with the DSLR. It can still do the job if you have it if you have one laying around, or you have a friend who doesn't want one, and you can give it a go with that. And it does. It's just the way how you end up using the kit itself, putting it to purpose really. And we'll see how this image comes along, if it ends up looking all right, or if it just doesn't want to play ball, and we hopefully don't lose the exposure there. But there's the same field of view, same focal length of the Triangulum, so it's that much tinier, but still a really interesting target to look at, because there's lots of star forming nebulae in this area. In this whole, you can just see the whole spiral structure, and there's lots of these pink areas highlighted throughout the whole nebula there, or the whole galaxy there. Whereas it's like the same in our galaxy, where we have Orion and the Heart Nebula and the Soul Nebula and other areas like that, where you're getting this kind of these potential star forming regions, these stellar nurseries that are making these beautiful patterns within the spiral arms of all the other stars. So we'll compare. I'll bring out the other image of M33 afterwards, so we can kind of compare what like a 10-minute exposure versus what this potential 33-minute exposure is going to look like. So we're about halfway through our exposure time now already, with just kind of rambling on about things. And actually guiding is some of the best I've seen in a while, and it actually is running this time. It's not that frozen one that was on the a 55 total RMS. So we'll let that do its thing for now. And this is just a kind of a rough idea of what we'll be seeing. This is only a 60-second exposure. So there's plenty more details, and it's like these areas here, the nebulae within it, that are really interesting to see. And that is there we go, just under 16 minutes. That's going to be ready. And I know, like, I do like to do the the 10-minute exposures because we get to see more of the night sky. However, we're doing something different here. We're trying some other things out. Maybe this will be kind of other targets that are available. Maybe before the stream really starts, I'll seeing how this turns out. We'll see how well the image comes to be there. Sorry, just 1 sec. That will make sure everything is still going all right there. The clouds are non-existent. Just making sure things are working there. Now I also still have to get that other emote going. Get rid of the core of Uranus until until things drastically change with the level of emotes that we can offer there. But those are our tier 2 and tier 3s, which are part of the whole set. And like I said, with the Discord server, going to be working on some other options to have those who have subscribed to the channel to have access to a few other options of data sets. Really, maybe even throw some of the images that I really like how they've turned out. I'll make some wallpapers that can go in there that those who have subscribed, if you want to have them on your phones or throw on your desktop or whatever, just just another little way that I kind of want to give back to those who have subscribed to the channel, and not only bring in more interesting areas of the night sky to you guys, but also just that little bit of paying it back as much as I can for all of this, because I try to keep the channel, everything that we're doing on here, as free as possible, so that I'm not just throwing money at the stream, and for what's things that are important to me is what is in the middle of the middle of the screen here. All the overlays and everything like that. That's that's all secondary. That's kind of come along with this, and it doesn't take a whole lot of effort. Well, it can to make a minimal overlay still look appealing to everybody there. So I even just as much as I can to kind of check out what other people are doing, and just tweaking stuff to make it my own, or just creating completely original things that are going to be our own, like our emotes, and anything else like that. And the whole top bar eventually is going to change up a bit there, so I can at least have more of who's our latest follower, like Test Undy, who has joined the observatory. I thank them very much. Last night was really good for some conversations where it was just kind of just musing about what's possible for astrophotography, and what other little things that we do to make our rigs work, and just how other people tackle taking flats for their images. It's all those subframes that kind of come along with for the astrophotography processing that you definitely need to kind of take into consideration. Otherwise, you kind of have these other artifacts in your image that it's going to leave it a little unsightly, So you want to be able to have you have your lights, your data, your initial images that you want to have, but then there's always going to be these imperfections because you're leaving it open for the camera open for longer, and for the sensor absorbing the photons coming in there, and it's going to catch any imperfection. I know some people can be concerned about some like spots, like water spots on their lens, and really for the most part, it's not going to have a massive impact if it's spots here and there, because the telescope is still going to be focused beyond infinity. Even if you're to look down the barrel of your reflector or your refractor, and you kind of focus your eye more on the camera sensor, you kind of see that some of those spots, like water spots from dew or anything like that, that's on the front of your objective, is that it kind of fades away from your own view. So you got to think that when the camera is focused to infinity, it's not picking up those the little wet marks on your lens. I think it's more if you have like dust motes on there where the light isn't going to be penetrating through that at all, and that's where you're going to kind of get those donuts or those little the little blotches, the darker blotches on your image there. So even just kind of having something like one of these little bulbs to just blow the air off of your lenses. Don't use compressed air or anything like that for cleaning off your mirrors or your lenses, but just enough air to kind of push away like the loose grit that might have accumulated on your scope during the night, and that'll kind of help get rid of any potential dots on your image there. And there is a calculator somewhere. I can't remember the name of it exactly. I'll look into that and we'll try and find that there. But it will actually tell you if you're kind of where that dust mote is, if it's on your sensor or if it's on your lens, just judging by your pixel size and the size of the mote. So all these little tools that people are putting forward to be able to make life a little easier, and kind of help with your troubleshooting, is going to really impact the way how your astrophotography goes. So we have we're just under 10 minutes to go for our 33-minute exposure. We're pushing this to its maximum. So we'll, the temperature's holding at minus 20 degrees. The cooler is still under 50%, actually just over 40% at 42 there. So it's still cool enough outside. It's not really working. It's not going flat out, and the sky is still nice and clear. So we wouldn't have any issues with guiding that may have cropped up there. So we're good on that front as well. So it's looking promising to finishing off this, but this 33-minute exposure that I've never tried. Never gone anything over 1,000 seconds, because that's kind of like that's just the what's available for the preview. So going into the auto run section on the ASI Air, you're afforded a little bit longer exposure time on there. So that's what we're waiting on there. The guiding is still looking good. That's very promising. Now I know a lot of people, you shouldn't worry. You say don't worry about the numbers or anything like that. And for the most part, yeah, don't worry about it. As long as your stars are going to be nice and round. And generally, I'm not going to be taking an exposure this long, so I am expecting some possible wobble in the stars there, just because. I've had mild issues with guiding ever since the version 1.5 of the ASI Air had released, and I still haven't quite dialed things in there. And also, I haven't experimented that much either. I mean, I've kind of just dealt with it as it goes. But we are eagerly awaiting this exposure that's going to be coming through there. And it's about, like I said, about about just over 5 minutes, 6 minutes away. So it's easy to kind of ramble on for for a while about things there. So a little hiccup in the guiding there. That could also just be from, because you can see down here in the scope view, just up to the left, that's pointing upwards. My neighbor's house, their lights are still on. So while we do have the lights coming from from my area here, it's generally coming downwards. We're not going to be impacting the scope. And anytime I have blinds where light could be potentially coming out from, and make sure that's either pointed up or down depending on where it is in the house. So at least I'm directing any light pollution from my end of things away from my equipment there. Now let's find change here. Some of the previous images that have kind of come through this week have been, some of those areas of the night sky that I never knew were going to be that accessible to me. And just capturing some of these images that have come through, like with the Heart Nebula, it's such a detailed area of the night sky. The star forming region, Malot 15, is one of those targets that I ended up what did I say there? What did I say that kind of caught your ear of the target that we're looking at right now? So this is the central area of the Heart Nebula. This is kind of the star forming region that is kind of shaping the entire structure of this nebula there. Let's zoom back out. We are zoomed in considerably on this area, so it's going to be, we're not seeing the entire structure, but it is kind of these areas of star formation is kind of blowing out these the two halves of this. Oh, third rock pinged me. Okay, no worries. And what I thought was the showstopper of the previous live astrophotography session was the Rosette Nebula. And again, one of those sections that I can't believe how well this turned out. This was one of the 16-minute exposures of the Rosette Nebula, and just the whole structure of this thing, like the central area itself, just to get I don't even know if this is a rough idea of how large this is. That from, this area is 30 light years in diameter. We wouldn't even, our solar system wouldn't even register in this area. We would be one of the dimmer stars in the background, if that we'd be able to see. So, these giant clouds of hydrogen gas in these star forming regions are absolutely, I can't even, there isn't even a word for just how, beyond massive these structures are. And, to be able to capture these images and, getting having the reaction from that first night was ridiculous. I mean, I wasn't expecting that kind of detail to come through. I thought I was, the last time I imaged it was with the smaller refractor telescope, and it took up the whole thing. We could see it all throughout there, but it was the detail that's coming through on this. This was the 16 minutes on the Rosette Nebula the other night. And how much time we have on our... All right, we have 40 seconds on this exposure. We got... I don't know if I want to hide it, and we'll look. Now forget it. We're going to look at this together. We're going to see this come through. Hey, Guy. Hello, I'm Friendly. Hey, Friendly. Here's a galaxy that we're going to see. How you doing? This galaxy is about 2.5 million light years away. And in 10 seconds, we have done a 33-minute exposure, which is a lot longer than you're usually going to expose an image for, but we want to pull out as much detail of outer space as possible. He's a friend of mine. Oh, any friend of Alpha's is a friend of ours. So, this is going to happen because I've stretched this image. And, okay, here's a little bit of anticipation. So, this is stretched beyond a viewable thing here. So, when I hit auto stretch, we're going to see how this actually looks. I don't know how it's going to look. I really don't know how this is going to turn out. So, there's some movement. There is some movement. However, let's adjust this a little bit. Bring out some more detail. Yeah, there's some movement in the stars, but we see that structure there, and holy crap. The pinks, the pinks are the little star forming regions in that whole galaxy. That's 33 minutes. That's a 33-minute exposure. A little movement, but you know what? Forget it. The detail in this whole structure there. The camera was the sensor was collecting this image for just over half an hour. This is pretty much the maximum exposure time that you're going to get on the camera on this the ASI 533. And while there's a little movement, a little bit of streaks, that doesn't matter. Look at all this nebulosity within the galaxy. Like even the core isn't even blown out. Like this little point here is there's your core of the galaxy, and it's not ridiculously bright at all. So we're getting some incredible structures. We're seeing more of the molecular gas and dust clouds in this area. Sorry, this is the dust clouds. The gases are the emission nebulae that we're seeing in here, and it's this galaxy is riddled with it. You know, it's very it's small, but it's still very active in these areas. You know, and if it was definitely in the later or the early hours, once we kind of get into 1 in the morning, once the streetlights turn out, this gradient wouldn't be here. But I'm not even concerned about that gradient, because look at how much detail we've kind of pulled out of here in 30 minutes. You know, it's I don't know if I want to back things off a bit so we're not being affected by the gradient, but we're still seeing all those details. This galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy, or also known as the Pinwheel Galaxy, is our nearby neighbor. It is it's approaching our solar system at 182 kilometers per second. So corrected for our motion around the Milky Way's galactic center, M33 is approaching our galaxy at 24 kilometers per second, which means that M33 is moving towards M31, the Andromeda Galaxy. In fact, the Triangulum Galaxy may be a remote but less gravitationally bound companion of Andromeda. The Pisces dwarf galaxy, LGS3, in one of the local group's smaller member galaxies, is probably a satellite of Triangulum. So although no supernovae have yet been observed in the Triangulum Galaxy, several supernova remnants have. At least 112 variables have been discovered in M33, including 4 novae and about 25 Cepheids. In 2007, a black hole about 15.7 times the mass of the Sun was detected in the galaxy using data from Chandra X-ray Observatory. The black hole, named M33X7, orbits a companion star which it eclipses every 3.5 days. So despite its modest size, M33 is home to one of the largest H2 regions known. NGC 604 has a diameter of nearly 1,500 light years. And that right there is M33, or sorry, not M33, NGC 604. 1,500 light years across and contains at least 200 newly formed hot stars of 15 to 60 solar masses. The Triangulum galaxy is a late type spiral whose pronounced arms exhibit a number of reddish H2 regions, including NGC 604, as well as bluish clouds of young stars, older population 2 stars, and globular clusters that have been found in M33. That is some ridiculous detail, negating the fact that there's a little movement in the mount, but at 33 minutes, I wasn't expecting there to be exact pinpoint stars. But yeah, that's a single exposure, 3 times the length, just over 3 times the length of what we usually shoot for these targets. And just the amount of, again, as I was saying about the those H2 regions, the star forming areas, all that pink that we're seeing, all that the reddish hue, kind of depending on your monitor that you're looking at there, those are all other nebulae. And this one right here, that largest one, is okay. If it's 1,500 light years in diameter for this nebula alone, here's Earth, let's say, and then here is the Orion Nebula. So this whole nebula would fit in between us and Orion. That is incredibly massive. Orion being like our brightest and closest star-forming region that we can see with the naked eye. So these are huge structures. Although that Triangulum is very small, but just all the activity that's going on in this area. And it's it's about half the size of our galaxy, but everything is just so tight and compact in this area of the structure that you're getting all this activity going on in there. And you look at Andromeda, it's kind of like nice and evenly lit up, or like there isn't as many, you don't see as many star forming regions in Andromeda as you do in the Triangulum. So while it is a much smaller neighbor, what's seen, like even up in here, there's still just all the spiral arms extending out even farther than than what we're seeing in this area. And for 33 minutes, like, incredible details that we're seeing here, like the definition of the arms that usually you won't see in a narrow, our 10-minute narrowband images. That we're getting all this detail within there, and you can see more of the structure. Usually you're seeing a better part of the structure when you're shooting in broadband, because you're getting more of the visible light coming through. But we're kind of seeing is like more of the what's being hidden in like the lanes of the spiral arms. Yeah, so that's ridiculous. Seriously, I'm amazed by how well this has turned out. The stars are round enough for what we want to see, and really, it's these details. It's the galactic structure that we want to see in this image. There, like the stars are secondary to all of this right now. So yeah, I mean, there's a ridiculous amount to see, and I got to make sure that we take a screenshot of this. Make sure that we got this saved. We'll zoom in, do one more, because it's going to take the size of the ASIR screen. So that is 33 minutes. 33 minutes is the longest exposure possible with this camera, with the ASI 533 MC Pro, and it was cooled down to 20 degrees below zero just to try and accommodate for any extra heating that might have come up during this exposure. We're at it's a cooler evening right now, which is fine, but just being able to catch as much detail on there, that would have melted the sensor in my Bortle 9 skies. That's it. It would have been safer to look at the sun for a little bit. Yeah, I couldn't imagine what the DSLR would heat up to. I mean, it's what's our temperature right now? I think we're at 9 degrees maybe. What's our current temperature? Possibly, okay, 5 degrees. Still, even that with a DSLR, it's still going to heat up to close to 20 degrees or more. So, yeah, doing what I could to try and mitigate any interference that was going to come out that I could control. I can't control the street lights, not without a slingshot. So, we'll leave that at that there. So yeah, being able to capture this image, at 33 minutes, this is the longest exposure that we've done on this channel, that I've done, period. It's where's our previous image? Of M33. That's there's 10 minutes of the Galaxy. See if there's one that's maybe a little clearer. All right. Oh, heyo. Hey, Putsy, how you doing? How's your stream going? I ask you this, and I can see you. I still have your tab open. It's been an interesting evening right now, because usually we are taking, this is a 5-minute exposure. That's a 10-minute exposure of the Triangulum Galaxy. And what we've done tonight is we have taken an image that is 33 minutes in length. It's the longest exposure time that we've shot this galaxy at. And that's the same galaxy at 33 minutes long in an exposure there. And it's kind of getting close to the speechless amount that I was looking at the Rosette Nebula, because there's so much to see, and usually you want to be able to take as much integration time on an image as possible. You want to be able to filter out all that noise that's coming through, but at 33 minutes, we're dealing with a bit of the street light reflecting in the area. We're using a narrowband filter, so that is making all these pink areas really, really pop throughout this galaxy. So we're not getting the star formation, just the stars within the galaxy. So we're seeing the molecular dust lanes in this galaxy, and we're seeing more of the details in the spiral arms. You know, the little streak of stars that's expected. I wasn't expecting this to be pinpoint stars at this exposure length, but you know, seeing how active this area is, everything that's red, everything that's kind of that red or pink, depending on how your monitor is all these H2 regions, much like how the other nebulae in the sky that we're seeing there. So I'm yeah, incredibly pleased with this image. Like, blown away by just the details that we're seeing versus, you know, when we take our shorter 10-minute exposures. It kind of makes me doesn't want to do 10-minute exposures anymore. However, 33 minutes is a long time to be waiting for an image to come through there. You know, hopefully for those who have been kind of watching this, waiting for this exposure to come through there, it's been well worth it. Now I want to see. I have taken this screenshot. We do have that available, so we'll come back to looking at things there. Hey DJ Billy, how you doing? You stooging out putsy there, eh? Dusty, what's going on? Hey, how are you, man? It's we're doing well. We have just finished a 33-minute exposure, a single exposure on the Triangulum Galaxy. Filth Pig, how you doing? How are you? Hope you guys are well. We have, for the most part, we got clear skies. We're doing well. So we're looking like we got clear skies for another probably another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So that's there's tons more to be looking at. And I was kind of showing a little earlier of just a comparison to what we've shot in the past from this target, which is M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. It's one of our local neighbors, and this is our usual 10-minute exposure that we usually get from this. And you know, it looks nice. We can still see the details in there. However, at 10 minutes, you're getting, you know, you don't have that much detail in there. So this is clear. This is 10 minutes, and the stars are nice and round in this image. However, when we're looking at the details that have come through on this one, without focusing on the smeary stars, it's just that much more detail of all that nebulosity within the galaxy. So it's you know, very, very active in this area of the night sky. Doing well here, thank you. Cleaning the house and now watching live images come in. Fabulous. Yeah, glad you guys have popped in. Glad to see everybody who is coming in and out of the stream. And just happy to just kind of go on about everything here. And again, trying out the maximum exposure time available with the ASI 533, and tried it on the Triangulum Galaxy because it's usually when you're shooting a galaxy with your narrowband filters, it's not the best idea to kind of get a really nice image of it. However, it's making these areas of nebulosity really come through there. And you know, this has kind of been the our focus of the for the past little while on the stream here. And you know, we did a 16-minute shot of the Sol Nebula, but that was before the camera was really down to its cooling temperature, so it didn't turn out that well. However, like I said, longer stars in this notwithstanding, I mean, we're still seeing the whole structure of this galaxy and just how much farther out everything kind of extends beyond that bright core. You know, it's not the kind of the type of image that we're going to shoot often. I think maybe we'll go for it as a request, as a channel point or something like that. You know, where we'll say now we're going to be doing a 33 minute exposure. We're going to go the maximum time on there. Like if I auto stretch it, you can see that the street lights kind of had a bit of an impact there, and you know, just overall glare kind of awash over the image. So it's just a little bit of stretch to bring out these details. And there is definite vignetting that's kind of going on there. However, at the cost of seeing more details in this thing, I'm incredibly happy with that. And I'm gonna make sure I save another screenshot of that there. Now this is usually we do like just the preview image there, but I had to go into auto run to force it to go longer than 1,000 seconds. Why you would even just preview something at 1,000 seconds, 16.5 minutes is a little strange. You're going to go like maybe 5 or 10 second exposure. So that is an area that we're going to kind of come back to fairly frequently, because it is such a really nice galaxy that fits in this entire field of view, rather than Andromeda, which is beautiful in its own right, but just kind of takes up way more of the sensor. You don't get the full shot of the galaxy in this focal length here. Now, we can, I think I can leave this image up, possibly, while we're kind of picking our next target here, which we have quite a few available now that we're, what time is it? It's only 8:30 right now, actually, because usually we're just kind of starting out at this point now. But the skies were favorable at just at sunset there, so figured we get things going a little earlier than usual, because it'll probably end a little earlier than usual. Like I said, probably about 10:30, 11 o'clock, once it looks like the majority of the clouds are going to be rolling in there, and we may have a little more haze going on at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be impacting the sky at all. So we'll aim for another target. Maybe something that we haven't really imaged in a while. Well, I think looking at the parts of the Pleiades, maybe kind of getting some of those areas there. Hey, nice image. Thanks, James Vade. How you doing, man? That is the pinwheel. That is a 33-minute exposure that we have we've imaged, and it's been our new object of affection for the the better part of the stream at the moment there, because it's the longest that we've done. We basically pushed it to the max of what the 533, the ASI 533 can do, and overall it did not disappoint. I think if anything did disappoint, it was just a little bit of the tracking of the mount. However, the structure that we're seeing and all the nebulae, like the largest nebula within the galaxy there, at 1,500 light years in diameter, is just an impressive one to see at this focal length as well. I mean, to get anything a little more interesting, we pretty much have to start going into Hubble territory. So we work with what we got, and we're happy with what comes out there. I tried to get the Witch Head Nebula last night. I tried to push my star tracker and DSLR with 3-minute subs. Only 3 were usable. Well, I mean, things are going to come with experimentation. Just trying to see what you can do to bend your equipment to your will. I've never actually imaged the Witch Head, so I would like to, and I think if things kind of work out with the setup, that we'll be able to get some shots of that later on in the season. Was it just the general tracking, or was it? Did you get like any satellites kind of rolling through on your images there? Because I've never used one of those. Because that's the using the I want to say not the Fornax mount, right? Or the clock driven mounts. That's what you're using, right? So I'm going to, I've saved this image. We have our screenshot saved. So this is on record. This is on file. This was it's in a different folder. I have to remember that if we're going to go looking at this again, because it is in the auto run rather than our preview folders. It was fainter than I thought. Lots of satellites, obviously, obviously Starlink, using the Star Adventure. Okay, so sorry, I was thinking of which focal length were you shooting it on there? Yeah, I've never imaged it there, so I don't know how it would kind of come through on the camera there. What would be the what kind of field of view would I need? I probably would need the 72 ED to look at that there. Okay, well, for starters, this would definitely not be the the scope for that one there, for sure. Get back to there. All right, so you have up 250 milliliters. Oh God, millimeters. So yeah, you'd be looking at a field of view kind of like this then, right? Because with the reducer on my the 72 ED, it kind of goes out to close to about pretty much 250 millimeters afterwards. So at least Rigel wasn't going to be a big issue in that field of view there, unless we're getting some reflection off of that. Yeah, so definitely if we are going to be shooting the Witch Head Nebula later on in the season, I'll definitely have to throw the smaller scope. But again, of that pipe dream idea that you guys were here last night, hear me dream about that, to have a dual rig or a dual scope setup on one rig there with a couple of cameras, and be able to switch to our targets independently would be a mildly ideal situation to do. And I guess I could probably even run it on here at the same time, because I would just switch the if I was to use, here we are back into my brain again, if I was to use two ASI airs and being able to independently control the cameras, then I would need a second guide scope system as well. But then I could just switch the Wi-Fi signal on here, because the ASI air is going to run, it's going to continue running its commands whether or not you disconnect the Wi-Fi. So we can jump back and forth between there and still be able to look at it on the screen here. And hey, we could be shooting two targets at once and then have some different field of views. Yeah. All right. That's the that'd be the dream setup then. We'll call that one our dream setup of having these two scopes mounted, piggybacked really. So yeah, there's plenty of targets in Orion that would work out well with the refractor. So we definitely go for a wide field of the Orion Nebula, Horsehead and the Flame, which I have only gotten maybe one exposure on them last season with the DSLR. So definitely want to do more on there. Capture the Friendly Ghost Nebula, the M78. And that would be definitely need to have the broadband filter on that one there. So let's have a pick of a target that we can start imaging on. And see, now I'm almost hooked on this 33-minute exposure idea, but I think that's gonna have to be a kind of a one target a night, because that kind of eats up a lot of time waiting on one target to come through there. Let's set the clock to now. So right now what I have available is we have the tadpoles, the spider and the fly, the flaming star nebula. We tried Hind's variable nebula in Taurus, but that turned out to be a bit of a flop. Now we haven't shot haven't gone over to the Pleiades in a while. Now while it's not ideal for the sensor, just kind of seeing we can still catch some of the structures in there. So we've got this saved. We're going to move back to our preview window. And we should have the named stars in here. So I'm going to pick the star Maya within the Pleiades, because there's a few other stars in that area that are kind of light up. Okay. What's the classification of that one? That's NGC 1432. So that's within the Pleiades. At this focal length, we we can't get the entire structure in there. So this is the area that we're going to shoot, and yeah, we're going to get some comas, some halos around the stars. However, it also still picks up those the regions, the reflective areas. Still, it's a little green, it's a little tinted, but we can pull out some details on that there. So we'll get the scope pointed over at the Pleiades now, and yeah, we'll go back to our usual 10-minute exposures. Although, no, we want to kind of get some more detail coming through there, so we'll stick with that there. And we'll get some information on the Pleiades itself as a whole. And actually, within the guide scoping, we can now, if I went back to the guide scope, we can kind of see a bit of the Pleiades kind of poking through there. So I would not guide on this star. Way too bright. Let's see that one. Yeah, that'll be fine. That should be all right. And yeah, that's we are right where we want to be. So that's that's a 5-second exposure. Only 5-second exposures. We're going for our 10-minute exposure. Make sure guiding is stable, which it looks like it is. And there we go. We're off on imaging a portion of the Pleiades. Man, I'm so glad that the skies have cleared up. Honestly, I love doing our rainy day astronomy sessions. Don't get me wrong at all. I love doing that. And I really enjoyed how last night went. What I thought was only going to be maybe a 2.5-hour stream turned into 6 hours. Not what I had in mind at all. I mean, it was Saturday night. I wasn't too fussed on having to wake up for work the next morning, which worked out well, because I ended up sleeping through an alarm that I had set just so I wouldn't sleep throughout the whole day. So, which is probably another why I say already kind of going for this long, and it's only 8:45. You know, um, it's good. I like that the earlier dark evenings, and also just being able to set up before work or before usually being done work. I'm really kind of only setting the stream to start now, so that is good. Yes, yeah. Had I have slept in till 11 on a work day, that wouldn't people wouldn't be too happy. So glad I at least did that on a Sunday. But yeah, last night was pretty fun. Got like no work done on the Pac-Man Nebula, and I really hadn't picked a target to really edit as well. And also with it only being like an hour and 15 minutes worth of exposure time, there was detail there, but definitely there could have been a heck of a lot more. But I do have a few targets that are still that still haven't been stacked. See, the Wizard Nebula. How many of those do I have available? What's that? Those were 4-minute exposures, and there's 58 of them. Now that's 240 times, what did I say, 58 divided by 60, which is maths, and then really it's almost 4 hours. Really? I guess so. If my math is incorrect, which it probably is. Hey Google, how many hours is 13,920 seconds?
Here are the top search results.
No, that is not what I asked for. Ask yourself, what target can you spend 10 hours on to gather enough data? It would, I think for the most part, it probably could be the heart and soul area that would work out pretty well. I think anything that's kind of like closer in the northeast area of the sky is kind of available for most of the night. Just it doesn't move that far across the night sky. Well, as we kind of get closer to the, I guess the plane of the ecliptic, really. Actually the flaming star, that's kind of up around 8-ish. So yeah, I'd lose like 2 hours, but that could be an all-night target as well. Thank you. All right, so yeah, my math was a little off, but still, yeah, 3. Okay, all right. So we will we'll have a look at the Wizard Nebula next Rainy Day Astronomy. We'll process that one and see how that one turns out. How is this music keep getting louder in my ear? So we are imaging a portion of the Pleiades, which is nope, we're on the wrong screen there. Let's go to let's go back over to Stellarium. This is the area of the Pleiades we're shooting. Yes, I am using a narrowband filter. However, I'm not about to go out and switch out the filters and refocus and everything like that and put you guys through that kind of torture. So we're going to be imaging this section of the Pleiades, and hopefully we kind of get some detail of the the reflection areas. And the filter isn't perfect for imaging reflection nebula, but I have kind of shot like I've gone for this area in the past, and it turned out all right. We were able to kind of pull some detail out of there and see it there. So for those of you who are just joining us, thank you very much for coming to the chat. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are taking live images of outer space. We've shot a few targets tonight and had a little ambitious project of going 33 minutes on a single target there, and this was not the target. That was there we go. This the Triangulum Galaxy was a 33-minute exposure that we did, trying out the pushing that camera to its maximum exposure length and seeing just what we could collect out there. So I was very, very pleased with that overall, and just being able to capture all that those nebulous regions in the galaxy there, and this largest nebula in there is basically 1,500 light years in diameter, and basically if you kind of put us, our planet at one end and the Orion Nebula at the other end, that is the distance between the two there. So this is a massive area of a massive star forming region within this galaxy, which is about half the size of our galaxy. So it's nice, it's small and compact and pretty darn feisty, to sound like a crotchety old man. Yeah, but that was the more interesting image that's kind of come out of the night so far. But we have still a couple hours of clear skies available to us, so we're going to again shoot as long as we can, and just pick out some other interesting areas of the night sky that are going to look nice on camera. There, that's something that we don't have to put a lot of integration time into. We're not needing to do multiple hours worth of imaging on a target there, so we can actually see what's kind of coming through. So we are currently right now imaging a portion of the Pleiades, and that exposure is just under a minute away. So we'll wait for that one to come through there, and we'll get some more details. About this area. Now I focused on the one area which is just the Maya Nebula, and the whole we'll see that when it comes through. And this whole little reflection area is about 3 light years in diameter. So it's still a massive little area of the night sky. So even looking at, once this comes through, we'll see what's 3 light years is still not even the distance between us and our closest star. So you're going to Bortle 1 skies tomorrow with your rig. What would you image? Orion is so damn beautiful, and it looks great on the back of the DSLR. I've already got it though. So I'm thinking Rosette Nebula, going to a desert, so 360-degree horizon. It'd be like I can imagine it'd be like a kid in a candy store. That's a lot of sky to be looking at. You're essentially spoiled for choice, really. I would just on what we've unearthed, or we've imaged in the last week with the Rosette Nebula, I would say go for the Rosette. But then there's also other areas in the sky No, I'd say probably maybe stick with the Rosette Nebula. That would be my recommendation for right now, just because, just because of, oh, come on, pictures, let me make my point. Let me plead my case. Where? Oy. There we go. Now, yeah, it's a longer focal length for this there, but I mean the Rosette Nebula shows up wonderfully at any focal length there. So my vote is for the Rosette Nebula. But then again, what else is available? You have, you have easy access to Cygnus, so you can go for the North America, the Pelican Nebula, and you're using your Red Cat, right? So it's a 250 millimeters. The Heart or the Soul Nebula would be really nice targets as well. Man, there's so much. So yeah, my vote's going to be for the Rosette if you can. If not, and there's going to be tons of other things. So the Red Cat's nice and fast as well, so you can probably get a few data sets if everything is going to work out well for you there. So let's see what detail can we get out of this. This is our image of the Pleiades. And I'm really just gonna stretch the heck out of this because I want to start to see some of those okay. Stars are bright. These are incredibly bright stars in the Pleiades there. But at least you're starting to see some of the that wispiness of the area of the interstellar dust that it's kind of passing through there and reflecting off of. And definitely with a if you're using a broadband filter, more of these areas are going to be a lot more visible because these aren't the filter is more designed for capturing emission nebulae. But at the same time, we've been trying all sorts of different targets, so why not go for other ones there? So all that the faint fuzziness is all that nebulosity within, or the dust within the Pleiades there. Now, it's also known as the Seven Sisters and M45. It's a prominent object in the night sky with a conspicuous place in ancient mythology. The cluster is among the nearest to Earth and the most obvious to the naked eye. Although only a handful are visible to the unaided eye, it contains hundreds of stars, some of them surrounded by swirls of nebulosity. The Pleiades are one of the most beautiful objects in the night sky. Even with the naked eye, under modest conditions, they're easily found. About 10 degrees northwest of the bright orange star Aldebaran, or how many other ways can I mispronounce this star? So at least 6 of the Pleiades member stars are visible to the naked eye, forming a pattern reminiscent of the Big Dipper. Under moderate conditions, their number increases to 9. Under clear, dark skies, it jumps to more than a dozen. In 1579, well before the invention of the telescope, astronomer Moslin correctly drew 11 Pleiades stars, while Kepler quoted observations of up to 14. The nebula around Maya, NGC 1432, were found on photographs between 1885 and 1888 by the Henry brothers in Paris and by Isaac Roberts in England. In 1890, E. Barnard discovered a concentration of nebulous matter very close to Merope, now cataloged as IC 349. Now, there's tons of write-up on the Pleiades, and it's definitely an object that works a lot better when you're looking at through a much wider field of view. But being able to zoom in on some of these stars and get those details, and the one star that we're kind of focused on the middle of here, Maya, is about 360 light years away. So not an overwhelming target, and in a way it pales a little in comparison to our M33. However, it's an area of the night sky that's easily seen with the naked eye. It's very on a clear night. It's very easy to kind of pick up this. It almost comes out like a little fuzzy cluster of stars when you're kind of looking up into the east. And then also the California Nebula is a nice little neighbor to this, and those two targets do fit nicely in like a 70 millimeter shot there. Actually, now that I think about it, there's a galaxy that's usually shot within there that people pick up sometimes. Well, it's going to be faint enough that if we try to shoot it, it's not really going to come through there. So what do we have available in this section? What's this here? Oh, that's Heinz. So we can kind of see, let's see what's kind of poking up there. So there's the Pleiades right up there, and it's even with kind of the okay quality of the security camera, we're still able to pick out that star cluster in the area there. And then unfortunately, it does look like a lot of the clouds are going to roll in before any areas of Orion are available there. So we're going to kind of have to pick some sections that are a little more north. However, now that I know that, well, okay, we've all right. We've looked at Mars. Let's we're going to go over to, because I know we can shoot it. We're going to have a quick look at Uranus, because it's more planetary items to look at. Actually, I say that, but maybe the trees might be in the way. All right, let's see if we can have a quick look at Uranus, because it's not too far away actually. So maybe we'll yeah, actually where we're looking at, yeah, we're going to be able to look at Uranus, because here is Hamal and Sheraton, and then just down around here is going to be Uranus. So let's make sure we'll save that image. And we will we'll get that there. Now obviously we will kind of be populating more of our Discord channel with more of these images there, because it's just starting off. I just kind of got things running for the Discord, and it's going to be built up over time, because there's a lot of work that I found out that has to go into a Discord channel. So I think I'm going to try to get as a bare bones setup to this thing, so we can kind of start just have our off off stream place to kind of hang out in a way. I know everybody has a Discord channel, but things that are kind of specific to this site. So this channel. So if you have like, any kind of questions that are popping up about astrophotography, it's be happy to kind of answer any questions that are in there. And we'll just kind of see how it grows, because it's all brand new. We're still in the infancy stage of all this. I've been shooting images of the night sky for the past 4 years, or 4.5 years, I guess, at this point now. But we'll I've amassed a bit of experience over the time, and happy to share any of my kind of blunders that I've kind of encountered over the years, and what's worked and what hasn't worked, and what may work for me probably won't work for you, but at least it could be a direction that we can go to, and at least maybe come up with some kind of a solution. All right, so a quick slew over to Uranus. Yeah, I thought that actually might have been a little farther behind the area there. All right. So that's Uranus. That little point right there. And let's see if we can maybe do a little longer exposure, and maybe get some actually let's stretch this and see if we actually maybe see some of the moons. Because usually, again, you're going to want to shoot shorter exposures for planetary, because they are just that much brighter. And it does look like we're seeing some of the moons around Uranus as well. That would be possibly that we're seeing the distance there. That'd be Oberon and Titania in that section there that we're seeing. Umbriel would kind of almost be sitting in this part of the diffraction spike there. Let's see what else. So yeah, that was a 5-second shot of Uranus. But let's put it up to. At this point, I want to try to see we'll try to see the moons before we kind of go to our live shot of the planet there, which last time I tried to image this, it didn't turn out that well for the live video of trying to find the moons. So those of you who just joined us, thank you very much. Appreciate you kind of coming into the channel. We are doing some live. We're sharing images of space, and this is currently the planet Uranus that we're looking at right now, and just trying to pick out the moons of the planet before we move over to our video view of it, which would be our live shot of the planet there. But yeah, because the planet is so bright, these the moons can easily get washed out in there. Let's see, and we're kind of amplifying a little bit of the noise that comes in there, and that's not looking too bad now. I know it's a very faint, fuzzy kind of image. We are zoomed in very, very, very close. However, that you do need to have a longer focal length, and even using a Barlow on there. Yes, we got a Discord going there, Dusty. We got a little bare bones kind of setup going on there, and we'll, like I said, we'll populate it through, and I'll kind of have a look at what other people are doing with their servers, and kind of maybe pinch some ideas here and there. But I do want to have like a section where if anybody else is doing astrophotography, just kind of share your images throughout there. I'll kind of be looking to those of you who have subscribed. I'll kind of set up a second channel where I'll have some of my data available that you guys can work on stuff that's good or bad, or just trying out some other targets that maybe you haven't imaged before and you want to do some processing on. And even just maybe if I see how that goes for storage, having like just the FITS files as well, so you can you do your stacking however which way you want to approach it there. So that'll be kind of my way of doing a little bit of return for those who have subscribed to the channel, and I'll aim to kind of get that set up kind of during the week, because it looks like the weather's going to be a little crummy, so we'll possibly do another session on Thursday night, and then definitely again on probably the following Saturday for another rainy day astronomy, which we will process the Wizard Nebula. So maybe I'll even try to get something going for on the Discord, and we can all, if anybody wants to process the Wizard Nebula as well, and we can kind of see what the results are versus what I would say is my 10-minute project, which usually takes about 2 hours, 6 hours in the case of last night. And we'll just have a look and see what can come up there. So I will figure out a way how to monitor who's a subscriber on the channel, to kind of give you access to that other Discord channel or some other kind of idea there. I have to look into it. This is just these are the quick ideas that are kind of coming out, and just trying to make things a little more interesting, a little more accessible, and just kind of like I said, those who have subscribed, just offer a little more something back there that's more immediate than what the whole grander plans of everything is, where I'm doing what I can to bring you guys better images of the night sky, as long as possible, and as detailed as possible. So we'll now this is doing a 30-second exposure is probably going to blow things out way too much. So if that if that doesn't turn out that well, then we'll go over to the video view, and it's a little softer and a little more pleasing to look at the planet that way. But I just want to see how many of the moons that we have, because we got Titania, Ariel, Miranda, Umbriel, Oberon. That are the brighter. Because I think we actually might have. Who are we missing? We're missing Miranda. Just trying to find that, get that balance of brightness. All right, so the way how the sensor is and what we're looking at, we have Uranus in the middle, and that is the moon Ariel, and Titania, however you're pronouncing or mispronouncing it, Umbriel, and Miranda is very close, so it is probably, it might be getting washed out in this area around here. And then that is the moon Oberon. Or is that one Miranda? And actually, okay, hang on, I might be no, okay, that actually might be wonderfully incorrect. All right, I will correct myself on that, because because I do believe we got them all in the shot here. No, no, zoom. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like then. That should be Umbriel. There is Ariel, Titania, Miranda, and Oberon. I'm saving that. I'm saving that screenshot. Because again, I also don't usually image planets because I've tried it before and I'm almost a little impatient. That sounds weird, I know, of that I'm willing to sit through a 33-minute exposure for the Triangulum galaxy, but I don't want to shoot video for a planet. It's a little different processing, and I would have to take the time to, to sit down with the programs. I think I used AutoStackert once to try out a Saturn process, and then and Mars. Mars turned out all right for what was like my only planetary image processing. But we're, I stick to galaxies and nebulae more than anything. Because also, looking at those ones on a camera is a little more interesting. Well, depending on how you're looking at things. However, we are looking right now at the planet Uranus. For those of you who have joined the those who have joined the chat, thank you very much. So we have the planet Uranus and its brightest 5 moons in the area here. Now, hopefully that's kind of showing up fairly well on your screen there. And this is one of this target I haven't really done this kind of detail of imaging on before. So this is an interesting night where we're trying to get some new images, trying some new things, pushing the equipment that I have a little further than we usually do. And sometimes that does take a little more time because we usually go for not so much the easy stuff, but trying to get some more interesting images coming through. And at about 2.8 billion miles away, we're getting these images coming through, and I love how this looks. I can go to a live shot of Uranus, and we probably end up losing the view of the planets there, but we'll give it a shot and see what can come through to have that live view. So this was a 30-second exposure of the planet, and usually because it's so bright, despite being nearly 3 billion light years away. Sorry, 3 billion kilometers away. If we could see a planet 3 billion light years away, then at this resolution, you got to wonder what the heck equipment do I have available. So I've saved this image down. We've done a screenshot, so we have that available for other views. So we'll go to our little trick that we've used for planetary imaging on the scope, and now we can see that we have that soft little teal point of light on here. And it is incredibly tiny, But and it does have to fight with a lot of turbulent skies to kind of shoot through there. So maybe if we bump up the exposure a touch longer, yeah, we get a little brighter. So we just want to just really tease out that the detail in there. Or well, we're not going to really get any. We're not going to get detail. We're just getting that color of the planet. So yeah, Uranus is our the seventh planet in the solar system from the sun, and has been discovered in recorded history. It was the first to have been discovered in recorded history. It's unique because its rotational axis is radically tilted towards its orbital plane, and its moons have also have orbits that are tilted with respect to Uranus's orbital plane. And also the why we know that Uranus is on its side, and it's a little trick is when you're is basically to you're pointing your thumb up and say, Earth is its axis is tilted a little bit, and pretty much when curving your hand, and that's basically the direction of which way the planet is rotating. So Uranus, its pole, is basically at 90 degrees. And that's just a quick way of judging what the rotation direction would be as well. So when you're pointing north, same way if you're pointing to the South Pole, it's still rotating the same way around there. Also, Herschel wanted to actually name this planet after the king, King George. So, luckily, at least they did pick the name Uranus rather than going Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and George, which would have been just wouldn't have seemed to fit that well within the naming scheme. Then after we go to George and Neptune and Pluto, which, depending on your age, may or may not be a planet, despite what what Neil deGrasse Tyson and the IAU defines. I grew up with Pluto as a planet. I will respect their choice as a dwarf planet. That's totally fine. But every now and then I still catch myself saying it's a planet. That's just me. But right now we are looking at the once a planet, always a planet. There we go. I'm all for either way. I'm happy that Pluto is within our solar system and that we've gone to great lengths to view it, to discover from this tiny point of light that Clyde Tombaugh discovered, and to actually get up close and personal with this object in our solar system is just an incredible achievement in engineering. But I think if I bump up the exposure a little bit more, because I wonder if we can kind of sorry, I've gone down. Let's do a 1 second loop. Trying to see if we can have like any of the moons appear. Playing with the histogram there, although it might start to get quickly washed out. So I need to keep it dark so we can start to identify any of the. I'll bring that right up there. So we had our one shot of a single shot of the planet. We could resolve the moons in there. However, when you're shooting video, it's you're dealing with just the general pattern that's constantly changing in the the sensor there. And you just want to try and find another steady point of light that would be one of its moons. And it does look like right here, actually maybe that may be either Ariel or Titania. And it's probably going to be Ariel at that distance there. And I think actually possibly Miranda maybe in this area there. But we're trying to get some. Let's go. Okay, let's. I don't. Like 2 seconds would be the most, because other than that, it's just. We're back to seeing some diffraction spikes, which are gonna interfere with things a little bit there. So that does look like we. Just looking at what's moving in the pattern and what isn't moving, it does look like we can see at least the 2 moons, because this is zoomed in a lot more than what we were before there. So we have Ariel and Miranda, 2 of the 5 moons that we can see on the planet, and possibly down in this area, maybe even right here. It looks like that would be, I have to see, but that would be Umbriel. At this point now, like I said, we're clipping a lot of data, but just looking for. Yeah, I'm going to say that definitely is Ariel in that portion right there. So 2.8 million kilometers away is the planet Uranus, 7th in our system. You know, actually, there is a lot of intriguing things about Uranus, and for our emotes, that is the core, a very rudimentary core of Uranus that I have as our tier 3 emote, unlockable through our channel points there for a short period of time. So I think it's kind of fitting to have that available at the moment while we're looking at this planet. But yeah, I don't usually do planetary photography. However, it's I'm liking how it's looking. We do have at least 2 moons, 2 of its moons available. Pardon me, in this shot here. Which is just pretty damn cool. You know, we're looking at this planet live. This is as live as we can kind of get with all this here, because it is these are kind of rough video frames coming through. To usually this area is reserved for doing our star focus, but at the same time it has doubled up as our planetary viewfinder. So. You know, it's pretty interesting. Capone Gaming. Yo, I'm about to measure out the rink I'm building for the kids, but tab it up, have a solid day end stream. Thank you very much, man. Have a fantastic time with the kids. And yeah, thanks for the lurk and popping in there. Appreciate it, man. So usually, yeah, if we kind of quickly jump back to the shorter exposures on there, and we do have our tiny little, our pale teal kind of planet there, and it's unfortunately the shorter exposures we just can't resolve the moons that well, but being able to see the planet Uranus in as live as possible. It's 158 light minutes away, so this what we're seeing right now happened just over 2.5 hours ago. Not that we're able to resolve a lot of great details in the planet at the moment, but just to be able to see this, to have this area kind of picked out over all the stars in the night sky is a really cool sight. And even in this whole view that we have at least three other galaxies in this, this, not this field of view, but in this larger, here's our, shooting video. It's just that tiny, that's how tiny it shows up in the sensor. Just really just a few pixels available for the planet there. So tons of work does have to go in there. Do you have any solar scopes or filters? Chuck's astrophotography streams sunspots sometimes. I do not. I used to have a solar filter for my 5-inch Mac, but that's been sold on. And really, for the most part, when I didn't do a lot of solar observing as much as I thought I would, and not just for. Sorry, the water bottle, kind of the ice melted a little bit. At least I wasn't playing Phasmo at that time. Shit. I sold that one on. I did a little solar observing for a little bit there, but that's I think getting a solar telescope, one that's purpose built for viewing the sun, especially in hydrogen alpha, is much more interesting than kind of looking at it in the white light and trying to capture any sunspots, which like I said, at that time it was kind of solar minimum when I bought the stuff there. So now that things are kind of picking back up again, it's fairly interesting. But no, but also it's not out of the realm of possibilities with what we're kind of doing with this channel now. So that's another thing to kind of add to the wish list of things there. Quark. So what does this solar filter do? Yeah, here, just looking at that right now. We're let's jump away from Uranus for just a quick second there. So how does this work? Is it just is it just a filter, like a filter that goes on the back of the eyepiece there, or do we have to put something on the objective? I mean, that's some cool images that you can get out of that there. Yeah, I mean, look at what. Okay, $1,100. I don't know. Quark goes between scope and cam. Okay, I see. Yeah, and we don't need anything else over the objective. That thing does that takes the brunt of everything. interesting enough. Yeah, I mean, I see what some other people have been doing with being able to look at the sun beyond just the white light. To be able to see a little more detail coming through is what makes it. To see those filaments is just that much more interesting. Also, because you can use different scopes depending on seeing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, being able to have a look at the sun, especially with what we're doing, to kind of add that into things to, I guess, extend the options for the channel there, because there's some days when it's nice and clear during the day, but for some reason clouds like to roll in at night there, so we lose the prime time that we have for this, and especially choosing this hobby in such a cloud riddled area. Makes it seem like it might be a little bit of a masochist for choosing this hobby with this price point of things. But we'll like I said, we try to get out as often as possible to try and do as much imaging there. And let's see, what do we have kind of in this area? We're kind of looking outwards. We have we were looking at Mars earlier. That was so that's 2 planets in one night. Yeah, looking at the prices of this also, this is down on the really nice to have options there for all this. But yeah, definitely keep that for sure on the radar there, because that opens up so many more opportunities to to have different sessions going on, and also not to have to go to bed at like 4 in the morning is an all right option there. All right, what is our weather like? Oh, okay. Well, it looks like the skies are remaining clear for a little longer than anticipated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick another target and take a really quick break, like 2 minutes. In fact, I'll just kind of leave the screen up. We'll look at the scope as well. We'll watch the image kind of come in there. So let's pick our next target, which is going to be... We did the tadpoles. When was the last time we did Flaming Star? That's 27 degrees. Actually, I'm going to just pick the central area of the California Nebula, which always turns out nice, especially now that we have. I've cooled the camera down to -20, and that was in anticipation for doing the shot of the of M33 for half an hour, which is not always. This is a very rare choice of target, or of exposure length there. So we're going to go over to NGC 1499, and it's a much larger nebula than our sensor can pick up, but to kind of really hone in on the areas there. And to kind of pick out more details of that nebula is always interesting to look at there. I'll make sure we're in the section that I want. I want to get that little dark cloud, that little which it looks like. Yeah, we're right where I want to be. Actually, I'm going to adjust that a tiny bit. We're going to center on that star there. Right. So we're centered where I want this to be. I'm going to make sure guiding is going to work all right there. We're on a decent star that's not going to fade away, and that is not a kind of star I want to be on. Let's go with we'll stick with that one there, just in case any wispy clouds decide to roll through and try and ruin our night. Yeah, let's go. We'll do 10 minutes on the California Nebula. Make sure everybody is happy where they are. And that looks like it's going. Let's see. Come on back. Come on back. There we go. All right, wicked. So we are going to image the California Nebula for a 10-minute exposure that is starting now. I will be back before this nebula is has been completed there. So we'll look at the night sky while we're waiting for someone to return from the loo. So I'm going to leave you with our wonderful music. Let's see if we'll skip over to the song by Alpha Unit, which is called the Heart Nebula. So I'll leave that with you guys, and I should be back before the song finishes, or the loop finishes there. There you go. I will be back in like 2 minutes. So if anybody asks, I've gone for a wee. I made it before the two songs ended. Perfect. What'd I miss? What happened? What did we see? We can see the Pleiades. We can see Taurus. We can see London. We can see France. We can see me hit the right button. So we're back. How you doing? How you guys? We're nice and refreshed, and also got a fresh coffee as well. It's the first time I've done that. I made a second coffee during the stream, also because I saw the things are clearing up a little beyond the original end time. So what was going to be about 10 o'clock is much more favorable, edging towards midnight now. So I figured I may as well make another coffee, have a wee. And also the music is way too loud. I'm talking over it. There we go. Let's get that back to a better level. Let's see, how's that music up there? There we go. So we are about halfway through, I believe, our image of the California Nebula, and yeah, the skies are looking a little more favorable. We have some clearer skies, so that's lasting longer. So maybe we'll get some new targets. I had to let the dog out. Well, I had to let the other dog. No, that's the wrong. I had to pee. Someone had to take me out to the shrub down the street. So we got about just over 2.5 minutes for our target there, and overall guiding hasn't been too bad. It moved a little bit, but things are still looking good. So this the California Nebula, I've imaged some other areas of it, and I did pick a different section of it because there is a galaxy hidden behind the California Nebula, and while the whole the entire area is interesting in itself. I mean, the whole nebulous complex is really beautiful, and this is the kind of the area that I'm aiming to image right now, just to get that little dark cloud. But up in this area is another galaxy that's 230 million light years beyond the beyond us. So with the California Nebula being 1,500 light years away and about 100 light years across, there's other areas that are kind of interesting behind it. That was a bit of a reprocess that I did of the California Nebula, and kind of looking at it, it doesn't look as while I got the stars reduced on there, it just kind of took away from the nebula itself. It's a little too red. There's almost not enough highlights and contrast in that image there. So it's one of those things. I'll probably even go back and reprocess that as well one day, and maybe not as our rainy day astronomy, but we'll pick another target there. But yeah, this was the another area of the California Nebula that I imaged not too long ago with this scope and camera combo, but it was mainly for this little area right here, which is the galaxy designated IC 2005, and it's 279 million light years from our solar system. So much farther, much more well, way farther than the California Nebula, being about 1,500 light years away. So yeah, that's about the resolving power. That's even, that's cropped in a heck of a lot more than the camera is usually imaged at. So it was one of those things I discovered once I first imaged the California Nebula, that there was that little galaxy just beyond the nebula there. So I thought that was really interesting, and I had the chance to kind of get almost 4.5 hours on this target, so able to kind of resolve a little more of the the stars are nice and round, so the oblong area of this galaxy kind of shows up a little more in detail there. So we have our exposure is complete on the California Nebula there. And why is my encoder overloaded? Don't yell at me, encoder. I need to get a better encoder. I need to get a different system, because I want it to do more than it can. Now, we'll do a little stretch on here, start to bring out the areas. Oh, let's go back to the air. So so it can be faint, but when you do add a lot more integration time on this target, you do get obviously with anything, the more of the details kind of coming through there. But what I really wanted to don't want to get away, was to maybe stretching this a little too far. But it was just this area here, this little dark cloud that I like to see in these images. Just trying to get a little bit, a little more contrast in there. But yeah, still the street lights causing a bit of a problem there. But I mean, actually I stretched made it enhancing way too much of the noise on there. Let's bump it back a little bit. But yeah, I do. I love shooting the California Nebula because it frames up so well with in the smaller refractor scope. Even with the square sensor, we're able to kind of get a nice. You get a diagonal shot of it there. So once we switch out the scopes, I'm gonna definitely get some nice wide field shots of the California Nebula, so we can get an image of that with the square sensor, because I haven't actually imaged it with this at the wider field of view with this camera yet. So it's another one of those areas of the night sky that we're kind of coming back around to before the ASI 533. So we'll definitely capture we can get the whole main part of the nebula in there, but some of the more fainter bits of nebulosity on either side will probably be cut off. But then also, unless we're doing some longer integration, we're not going to be able to see that bit in there. But yeah, that's another one of the targets I do like to image, and especially just this part with that darker cloud that's in front of everything and kind of being illuminated on the other side there. It just kind of, at least to me when I was processing it before, that was kind of like that area that I really wanted to have available to make sure I'm getting like the contrast right on things. So we'll move over to another target, which will be, let's see, now we did do a little bit of processing on the Flaming Star Nebula. So what I might do is I'll go over to there and do a 16-minute exposure on the Flaming Star, because we can go on about that a lot more, and kind of look at some previous images that we've worked on as well while that's going on, and we're gonna kind of get some more details coming through. So we'll save this one, save the screenshot. Have that available, because guiding has been going so well, so I don't think there's going to be a massive amount of change on there. So we can go for another further 6 minutes without really worrying tonight about the guiding. Like the skies are nice and calm right now, so I'm not worrying about any of that. So we'll move over there to IC405. And we'll see what kind of what details we can get out of this this area. And it's not a massive jump that we got to do to get over to the Flaming Star, so. So we are on target. That is, I love the plate solving on this, on the ASI Air, because it's just, it seems a little more reliable than what the handset used to do on the system there. All right. I also, again, let's go back to the air, is that right angle of stars. I like when things line up in a geometrical pattern like that, despite that these stars are definitely nowhere near each other to be lined up like that. But it's just, I like seeing things like that in the sky. Actually, I think where's the 37 cluster? Because maybe we can jump over to that for a quick shot, because it doesn't have to be a long exposure for that little cluster there. We'll start the exposure on this one here first before we start jumping over to find out where the 37 cluster is hiding. All right, that is a fine star to be guiding on. We're good with that. So let's pull out as much detail as we can, and I will rattle off some past stories, some past information, any little bits about the Flaming Star Nebula that we've picked up over the weeks, the months, while choosing this target there. So for those of you who have just joined in with us, thank you very much. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are taking some images of space, and I am showing them back to you live and in color. And we're using a large 8-inch telescope with an astronomy dedicated camera hooked up to the back of it there, and that is our live shot of the scope right now. It is currently 10 in the evening in the UK, in the east of England. And whenever we have clear skies, I am shooting as much of the night sky as possible and sharing these images with you guys, and just talking about astrophotography, astronomy, and kind of anything else that kind of pops up there. So I thank you guys for coming in. This the nature of this scope is a reflecting telescope, and it only has two elements for the light to pass by or be reflected off of before it gets to the camera sensor. And we have our large primary mirror in the back here, and then it bounces off a smaller secondary mirror, which comes right back into the camera there. And the less elements that you can have between you and the night sky, you're going to have less degradation of your image that comes through. Now, for what we're doing, it's not scientifically necessary to have the absolute perfect image that's coming through. What we're looking at is like some of the more interesting areas of the night sky, like the bright nebulae or galaxies. Whereas if you're doing scientific measurements, then you want your scope to be as accurate as possible, have the best optics. But what we're doing tonight, it's not so much scientific data, but we're getting some information about the targets that we're shooting. And right now we are on a nebula in the constellation of Auriga called the Flaming Star Nebula. Now, this area is it's a large nebulous complex, and that was the Pleiades we were looking at a little earlier in the night. But the Flaming Star Nebula is in the let's turn on our constellation lines there, so we get an idea of where we're looking at. And I've gone too high. There we go. This is the constellation of Auriga, and that is the Flaming Star Nebula. So this is the small section that we have in our finder at the moment. So this red box is indicative of where we're looking for for this target tonight. Now, it's a nice bright area because this star is you got mostly the emission, any kind of like pink or reds that you're going to be seeing in the night sky is going to have that is hydrogen rich, and it's being it's much more visible with the filter that we're using tonight. And any kind of like, there's some bluer areas, and those are bits of reflection because this star right in the middle there used to be part of the Orion in the area of Orion. So over the millennia, it has moved from this part of to this part of the night sky, from roughly an area around here in Orion. And where did my pointer go? Oh, all right. Anyway, so the constellation of Orion, for me right now, it is below the roof line. So I do have to wait until the earlier morning hours till I'm actually able to get more shots of this. So we're a little, well, we're not really hamstrung or handcuffed on what is available there, because there's plenty of objects up in the towards the zenith that are available, and up in the high areas of the eastern part of the sky. Actually, there's some sections of I'm gonna what do we have? Because there's some areas in the northern sky, the northeastern sky, that haven't been available for a while, and if we can image some of these, yeah, we're going to go for it. And it looks like we'll have the option. I'm going to do that after this. Is we're going to go towards Bode's Nebula and the Cigar Galaxy. So that'll be Messier 81 and 82. I've shot these before in the past, but not with this scope or this camera combination, and they're nice, and they should be high enough above the roof line for me to capture them. We'll get a look for that afterwards, and I think it's going to look pretty interesting in the camera there. Now, what we're shooting on right now is the Flaming Star Nebula, which is about 1,500 light years away from us. Now, it's also kind of partnered up with the tadpoles, which they generally kind of look the same size in the sky, or sorry, in images there. However, let me get back to that there. The difference being that the Flaming Star Nebula, being about 1,500 light years away and 5 light years across, its partner of the Tadpole Nebula is a much larger nebulous complex and is about 12,000 light years away. So while they look almost relative, like while it looks much smaller, the Tadpole Nebula here in the night sky, it's 100 light years across, whereas the Flaming Star Nebula is only 5 light years across. So there's that bit of discrepancy. What we see in the night sky, everything isn't always as nicely lined up as we may think it is there. So that is a bit of a testament to how large this complex actually is, in compared to the Flaming Star Nebula, which is only 5 light years across. So we're waiting for that exposure to come through. We're doing a little longer exposure than usual. It's been some fairly decent views, some fairly decent guiding tonight. We're able to track that star a little more accurately than usual. We don't have any haze in the sky right now, so we're able to get some decent images coming through. Once that image pops through on down here on the ASI Air, that is a Raspberry Pi controlled computer that is allowing us to control our telescope and our camera and our guide scope, and just make sure that we have everything we need to capture these images of the night sky. And we've been shooting a few different targets tonight. We've tried a few different techniques, a little daring by doing a 33-minute exposure on one galaxy, just to try and get as much detail out of that as possible. And that turned out pretty well. We didn't know exactly what was going to kind of come out on the other end of that, because we usually haven't shot anything longer than 16 minutes, our 1,000-second exposures. So yeah, to see that come out on the other end there was pretty darn interesting. Actually, I do have that image. Should have that kind of queued up here, maybe. That's not it, but that is beautiful. That is the Rosette Nebula, and maybe we'll come back to that target a little later in the night. But the real interesting bit was this one right here. It was M33, the Triangulum Galaxy, which was a 33-minute long exposure, a single exposure, with the ASI 533 using a narrowband filter. So you're seeing all these little pink areas of nebulosity, all these star forming regions. While there is longer stars, the guiding kind of moved a bit in a half an hour, so I haven't tuned things up quite as much to be able to to handle a super long exposure like this. And to be fair, I'm actually surprised that we didn't have any satellites really kind of go through this, because usually there's still going to be some kind of satellite up orbiting Earth that might kind of pop through our image there. We are at a longer focal length of 980 millimeters. It's almost a meter focal length, so we're able to to fit this whole galaxy nice and nicely within the whole framed area. The camera does have a square sensor, which is a little different than what we're used to with our kind of widescreen images there. So it's Where's Astrobot? Where you been? Do I have to make it do the work for you? Cool pool party. How you doing? What is the angular diameter of that galaxy? It's about 50,000 light years, which is about half, roughly about like half the size of ours. How you doing tonight? How have you been? This was one of our more daring shots. We don't usually do a long exposure like this, but this was half an hour worth of, not half an hour worth, this was a single half an hour exposure of the Triangulum Galaxy. And we usually don't do long exposures here, but or like something like this. But it was one of those things, just testing the equipment out there. Cloudy day, cloudy. You're in New Jersey. Fabulous. We are in the east of England, so we have nice long nights. We have some nice clear skies going on here, and anytime we have clear skies, I am sharing images of the night sky. We were possibly going to be clouded out by this time, but fortunately the weather has improved for us, so things are going to be going a little bit longer. I have a fresh coffee ready to go. Cool pool party. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome to our community, and very happy to have you in here. We have, there you go, Astro Canuck bot, there we go. We're wondering where that bot has been. It should be doing some work, so I pay it for. We have lots of astrophotographers that kind of pop in and out of the chat as well. Do you do any, I would assume if you're complaining about the clouds that you do some astrophotography as well, maybe? Or at least some general interest in astronomy? There we go. Okay, now the bot is is working on there. Yeah, but not well. Well, how long have you been doing it for? Because we all start somewhere, and I'll say my first images weren't. Well, it was something I could be always proud of being able to image. They they probably weren't worth showing, but you know. What kind of kit do you use? What are you using at the moment there? Because I've started off with a DSLR camera, and now we've moved over to the astronomy dedicated camera. So the DSLR is our little staying nice and warm in here. 120 millimeter Skywatcher refractor and an Attic infinity camera. Very nice. You got set the Esprit maybe. Talking to your ad. Hey there. Pisk Hyper? Pisk? Psych Hyper? How you doing? Just that one. Ads make me mad. Well, I'm not a fan of ads either. However, we only have a short little bit of ads that kind of come on here. But yeah, we're glad to have you in here. We are shooting some. We are currently imaging the Flaming Star Nebula right now, which is almost done. This is my 8-inch telescope that we are imaging the night sky with. It's a Ritchie-Chrétien design, which is the same configuration as the Hubble Space Telescope, but much smaller and more easier to work on there. So actually, what we're seeing in the night sky, we do have the constellation of Taurus, the bull, up here, and the Pleiades star cluster that we're seeing in the security cam. And right now what we do is we control this with a Raspberry Pi computer, and we're just waiting for our image to come through right now. So you got the use the NEQ5 mount. All right. The NEQ5 is the NEQ6 is too heavy, but they got the 5 for portability. All right, that's not too bad. I was looking at the at the HEQ5 when I was first looking to get into the imaging, or getting an equatorial mount. But you know, after kind of looking at what Trevor Jones at Astro Backyard was talking about, the EQ6R Pro mount, that was kind of one of the things I wanted to get into there. All right, our image is complete. So this is the Flaming Star, a portion of the Flaming Star Nebula. It is a large emission and reflection nebula within the constellation of Auriga. It's about 1,500 light years away. And let me just bump up the image on there. Let me do a little. This is just a 16-minute exposure, so there really isn't a lot of processing that's done on this. But this is a large nebulous complex. How did you get such a nice picture? This is the camera that we're using. It is a astronomy dedicated camera, whereas your DSLR or your mobile phone, it's not specifically designed for taking images of outer space, because you do have to leave the sensor open and exposing for a long time to get these images coming through. The pink, the reddish areas that we're looking at is your hydrogen emission lines, which is usually in the red end of the visible spectrum. Kind of the bits of blue that we're seeing in this area. We have exclamation kit. We'll bring up what we have, what we're using tonight right now. There we go. That's what we're using. So what's so cool about the flaming thing? Well, the interesting thing about this is it's a partial emission and reflection nebula, because this star here is, sorry. There we go. Is causing this, is reflecting off of these areas of gas and dust within the nebula itself. Well, it's all, the red is being excited by the radiation in this area. It's one of these nebulae are very diffuse, and it's nothing that you can readily see with your binoculars or with you know, or just with the naked eye. So you do need to have the cameras, these cameras available, and the filters to kind of filter out through all any light pollution in your area, depending on where you are. You know, if you're in like an urban area, you know, chances are you're not going to have a lot of you're going to have a lot of lights that are going to drown out the night sky, and you're not going to see as many stars. So depending on if you're out in the, you know, you're out in the country, say like, you know, the farmers' fields areas where there isn't a lot of city lights impacting, you're going to see more stars. But to be able to see this, you definitely need to have a longer exposure. Even if you're, depending on what kind of camera you're using, you can start to see some faint images of the night sky. However, there's a bit of equipment that we use that's able to track the night sky and make sure that we're keeping round stars. We're not getting little streaks across the sky there. Yeah, this area is, yeah, there's thousands, you know, just in the, you know, where we're looking is kind of within the band of the Milky Way. So there's tons of objects to kind of see, and this whole area expands much larger than this imaging plane that we have right now. So it's I'll show you a picture of what the overall area looks like, so we can kind of get an idea of where we're looking at. And oh no, the camera is thousands. All right, the camera that I have is it's a ZWO ASI 533. It generally runs under about under $1,000 or £1,000, and you know, it's in terms of what it does, it's fairly an affordable option versus you know, sometimes you can have the DSLR cameras that are that can run up to like $3,000, and that's going to be much more. You know, it's not going to do exactly what this camera can do. Sorry, it's too fast. What's about this camera is that it's able to cool to sub-zero temperatures. The point of cooling the camera to that level is that you're eliminating a lot of the noise. So if you've taken a picture with your, say, even your mobile phone, or even if you have a digital camera at night and you see a lot of graininess to the image, that's a lot of the thermal noise that kind of comes through with the camera struggling to get as much of the from the sensor. It's going to create that thermal noise, whereas when this camera cools down, you get rid of that noise and you just get this signal. So you're not you know, it's ZWO ASI 533. That's the one that we're using tonight. So when you cool the camera down, we're getting more of the signal, because a lot of this nebula in here is very faint. So you want to be able to get as much of that signal through the camera and avoid a lot of the noise. So even I've stretched this image a little bit as well. So, you know, usually you're not gonna kind of stretch this image as far as you would, but for the sake of what we're doing tonight, you know, yeah, for star parties, this is essentially what we're running right now, is a bit of a virtual star party. And yeah, happy to have you guys along. And you know, we try to shoot as many areas of the night sky as possible during the night. You know, so this is the full size of the sensor there. It's a square sensor, so it's a little different than what you know, most cameras are formatted to. But because it's a smaller sensor, you know, you can take a little bit of video with this, but with the controller that I'm using for it right now, we can't do video exactly. It's yeah, it's a smaller camera. It's about maybe a little larger than your kind of like your average soup can. The sensor is small, and the point of that is just for efficiency of things. Is when you start getting into larger sensors, the image output is that much larger, and you know, it's a little more taxing on the system. And you know, you usually wouldn't be shooting video with a large astronomy camera. But you know, when you use the smaller sensors, you're going to get more details there. That, oh no, that's just a key ring that they give out. That's not the camera. That's just their little model there. Yeah, no, I mean that'd be an incredible portable option though for those of us who want to take our kits out into the field. However, I do require a power source to run everything there. So this red light that we're seeing is just the power from the mount there. So yeah, this is our camera attached to the back of the scope, and on top of it we have a smaller scope and another little camera that controls the scope to make sure that we're following the right star so we can do a long exposure. So the Flaming Star Nebula, it's 1,500 light years away, and we'll go over to. This is what it looks like in a wider field of view. So the area that we're looking at right now is this tiny little section right here. So it is a much larger nebulous complex. So there's going to be different telescopes for different goals that you want to do there. The scope that we're using right now, it's a really deep field image, so you can get more details on the object at the expense of losing out on the bigger picture. We do have a smaller scope that we'll be using in a few weeks there. Hey, PSK Hyper, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Appreciate that very much. Welcome to our community. We're happy to have you along here. Any kind of question that you might have, I'm happy to try to give you an answer for it. I've been independently studying astronomy for the past 4 years, and doing astrophotography for just as long. If I don't have the answer, I'll do what I can to look it up. Or sometimes we do have people that come into the chat who know a little more about space and astrophotography than I do. But we're just here to do what we can. Now, Horsehead is nearby. That is true. We have Orion is it is pretty much officially now in the night sky. The whole night through there. However, where I am, we have a bit of an issue with our neighbor's house and our and some trees in the back garden here. You can clone Dolly the sheep. Personally, no, but that was a science team in England that did work on that. There, that was a lot. Man, that's an obscure reference as well. A whole different galaxy is going to kill us. How? Well, that is the Andromeda galaxy that is heading toward us, which will take about maybe 4.5 billion years. However, by that time, the sun will have exhausted most of its hydrogen fuel, and it will eventually expand into a red giant. So it's unlikely that we will still be on this planet. Hopefully we'll have discovered some other way to migrate to a new planet. But yeah, this is an earlier shot of the Andromeda galaxy that we did image. Which one was it? 2 last week. Where did it go? There you go. This is a close-up shot of the Andromeda galaxy, our nearest neighbor, that is on we say collision course, but space is so vast and wide that nothing is there's going to be very little chance that the stars are going to be there's going to be any collisions of star systems. It's mainly going to be kind of the black hole areas will eventually merge. There are billions upon trillions of galaxies holding, again, trillions more stars. I do have another program, but it kind of eats up a little too much memory on here, called Space Engine, which once you kind of get out into the farther reaches of our galaxy and you start seeing other galaxies within there that basically look like stars in the sky. Can you tell me some space shows to watch? I watched Fabric of the Cosmos. Hang on, I'm just going to jump back one quick second here. The Flame Nebula is a star-forming region. Other nebulae are remnants of a star's destruction. Yes, there are planetary nebula are interesting to look at, like the Veil Nebula in Cygnus is a supernova remnant. The Crab Nebula as well is another one of those supernova remnants. That's a really interesting target to image, and actually that is available. Where is the Crab Nebula? Yes. All right. After this, I'm going to go over to the Crab Nebula, and we're going to shoot that one because that one is super interesting. I know we said we were probably going to go over to Bode's Nebula. However, we're going to go over to the Crab Nebula. So yeah, this is that was the Flame Nebula, and that is some of the stars in this area of the night sky originated in the constellation of Orion, in that section of the sky. So these, over millennia, these stars have have made their way over. So none of the stars. Sorry, jumping back to Hyper's question about what shows. It kind of depends on your area. I don't know what area of the world. What's your geographical location broadly? You don't need any specifics there, because I know sometimes Netflix or Amazon kind of have regional options there. I mean, always the Cosmos series, the original ones from Carl Sagan, and the most recent ones with Neil deGrasse Tyson are always great shows to watch. There was basically any program that is done by the astronomer Jim Al-Khalili is interesting, and he does talk about quantum mechanics in those programs. Yes, was it Quark Science was the name of those programs? I thought those were incredibly interesting as well, because he, there's just a little different manner that he kind of explained things. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, who else? Anything that Brian Cox is involved in. What else have I found interesting? There are some. I think there's some programs from in the States from ABC. I think or NBC. No, probably ABC was I think it was Wonders of the Universe. I think they're on Netflix right now, at least in the UK. Anyone else from America that has any good space shows? Trying to think who else I've watched. Sometimes it can be tough because I the ones that are kind of almost sensationalizing science fiction to a degree are a little frustrating, and it's kind of tough to wheedle those ones out there. Like even the Wonders of the Universe feels a little commercial at times, as informative as it can be. Trying to think who else. I said, see, for like the last 10 years, I've been more kind of watching the anything that's in the UK at the moment there. So, there's a BBC Sky at Night is always a short, digestible program to watch. Let's see what else was there. There have been some documentaries about the Hubble Space Telescope and the Cassini mission that I saw on Amazon. So it wasn't done by a specific astronomer, but those are always other interesting shows to watch there. All right, pause that question just for let me marinate and trying to think of anyone else from America that's done some interesting shows. So let me we will move over to the Crab Nebula, because I think that is a little more interesting than Bode's Galaxy. Although it's actually, we'll give it time after the Crab Nebula. We'll go over to a galaxy. So that is M1. The PBS and Curiosity Stream have good documentaries. All right, cool. I mean, PBS has always been good for things. There, till listen, did Nova appear on? Was that show broadcast through PBS? Because that was one I remember. How is Einstein so mentally advanced? That's a good question. Neuroscience is nowhere near my expertise, although it is kind of interesting that over, since Einstein, we really haven't had anyone else revolutionize the even the field of like quantum mechanics or any other theories within astronomy. But I mean, there's tons of advances that go on. It's I don't know what it is. It's a good question, but who is kind of the next Einstein? Is there a next Einstein? Was Einstein the only one, and we're just kind of working off of his theories? Time teleporter. We're traveling through time right now. Every image that we take, all these are thousands of light years away. So we're seeing all these objects as they were rather than as they are. So, yes, M1 is a supernova remnant from 1054 AD. Chinese saw it and noted the event. Yes, it's one of those objects in the sky that has been well documented, and it's fantastic for information. That there's almost like there's endless amounts of information on the Crab Nebula. So it was kind of labeled as a guest star because they didn't really have a firm grasp on what was going on up there. So all of a sudden this new star appears in the sky. They basically label it as a guest in our area. So there we go. Not a quick, not a far jump from the Flaming Star Nebula over to the Crab Nebula. Einstein's genius, Galiberta says, was probably due to some combination of a special brain and the environment he lived in. Now, also, what was interesting about Einstein is that he really never was in a lab. He predicted a thought experiment. So he actually didn't do any physical experiments where he just kind of worked within the confines of what the theoretical or the physical, or sorry, not the physical, what was within the rules of science. And if any ideas were flawed, you have to kind of go back and rethink the experiment. And I think in that way, because he was challenging himself, could be a possible reason. It was it's nowadays we're not to blame technology for anything like that, but it's just we have this instant access to information right now. So it's I guess being able to challenge our brains a little bit more. Wish Einstein was alive. That would be cool. There's a lot of other past astronomers, a lot who would be interesting to hear their views on what things are now. I think going back to any astronomers, any old tapes of Carl Sagan, any of his lectures. There is, I think, on Cornell University's website, possibly there's lectures from Richard Feinstein, which was an interesting watch. I watched the old videos of Sagan, and it's just how calm he sounded, how wondrous things were, and just how he made everything just so much more interesting, and accessible as well. That's what I really loved about Sagan's work. And recently would have been his, I think it was his 86th birthday that just would have passed there. So two of the guys I work with had Sagan as a professor. That's incredible. I had to use setting circles to find it and use the vertivision to see it for the first time I saw it before using cameras. That was the Crab Nebula, yes. I haven't seen it with binoculars or anything like that, so it's always been through the camera. I'm not hot on visual astronomy. It's just that I feel looking through the camera or through the eyepiece and just having these images for myself is a little selfish, and I just want to be able to share these images with you guys as much as possible, really. So what we're looking at right now is just our guide scope view. So I am just picking out a bright star to guide upon there. What is our... Oh, we should be all right. We'll stick with that star there. What are my sky conditions at the moment? Let's make sure that we're not suddenly getting clouded out. Yeah, it looks like we're good. We're good right now. So we will start our exposure on the Crab Nebula. We'll get that rolling there. And even at 5 seconds, with what I love about this camera really is that even with a 5-second exposure, we're already starting to see a little bit of the of the shape of the Crab Nebula there. And I'm going to do it. I've been going with the longer exposures right now tonight because overall guiding has been working out very well, and just to be able to bring out more detail. And if you guys are happy to to be listening to me banging on about astronomy and these objects, but I'm also happy for the questions kind of coming in and just being able to spark some new ideas, and maybe there's some different insights that we haven't had with astronomy, So, sorry, Hyper, you had asked what is a nebula? What nebula are? They're these larger areas of of gas and dust, mainly hydrogen gas, and it kind of depends on the type of nebula as well. There's emission, there's reflection, there's planetary. Whereas what we're going to be looking at right now is going to be a supernova remnant. So, but usually what we were looking at previously with the Flaming Star Nebula, that is an emission nebula, and it is just high in hydrogen, helium, and some other ionized gases in that area of the night sky that are kind of sometimes being formed by stars being birthed in that area, and sometimes you'll get more of those areas of the nebula to kind of come together and eventually form their own stars. And as those stars are forming, they're shedding off layers of radiation and solar wind, which kind of forms the nebula as well. So the shapes are can be dictated by when stars are being formed, where stars are being formed. Kind of like with the Heart Nebula, which is we've imaged the Heart Nebula before. We've processed the Heart Nebula as well. I'll bring up that picture of what we have there, just to you get an idea of what's being formed there. So this was one of our images from the other week, from last week, that we processed on our rainy day astronomy sessions. But this central area, also categorized as Malot 15, is the star forming area. So it's kind of, these portions are kind of being blown out by the solar wind and the radiation that's being emitted from the stars in the middle there. So you get this this whole kind of heart shape to it. And depending on where things are being formed, this is going to make a different shape, and kind of depending on the chemical composition of the stars, is going to reveal different areas of gas, or high ionized areas of that's going to kind of reflect in different areas of the visible spectrum. So when you're taking images with a camera, with a monochrome camera, we're using a color camera right now, so that any of these images coming through, we're able to get some pretty colorful images as we're taking these shots. Whereas with using a monochrome camera, you're just going to get a black and white image coming through. And while it has fantastic contrast to the image, it's not always going to be as pretty to look at there. I had taken, this was the of the Flaming Star Nebula, taken just the mainly the hydrogen alpha layer out of this, and I think I love the contrast of this. It comes out really interesting. However, it's just a black and white image, and in a way, some people, and even myself, I like to see the color. I like to see what is fairly represented in that area. So I always try to aim for some of the brighter nebulae in the area, so that we have something pretty to look at there. Hey, Putsy! Putsy Raid! Putsy fan, how you guys doing? How you doing tonight? Aqua X 8 Go, how are you doing? Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Appreciate the follow there. Welcome to our community. How you guys doing? How was the stream? How is the Putsy fam? The triumphant return of Putsy tonight. Yes, after a week in solitude, a week on hiatus, nobody knew where Putsy was. Returns triumphantly to the Putsy fam. In a world with no Putsy, we had nothing to do. No barrel rolls were had. Nobody got a ho yeah. Good to see you guys in here. We have been having a pretty good night tonight. The clouds are staying away much longer than anticipated. We are imaging we're working on the Crab Nebula right now, which is just down in the lowest box down there. Rather unremarkable at the moment. That is just our quick little exposure there. But we are aiming to get that image coming through in in a few minutes there. What's up with our guiding? Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. But yeah, for those of you who may be new to the channel and who have just joined, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and if it looks like I smell great, I do. We are usually taking images of the night sky as often as possible. I have a large telescope. It's this thing right here. It is an 8-inch telescope with a dedicated astronomy camera attached to the back there, and actually Astrobot on point given the details of what we're running with here. This is all designed to take images of the night sky and bring us as much detail as possible. This little red light is just the power light for my telescope mount. It's designed to track the Earth contrary to its rotation, so that we are able to keep pinpoint stars as we do long exposures. Usually we are doing some 10-minute exposures with the camera to kind of get as much detail as possible, because if we're trying to look at the night sky with our meat cameras, they're incredibly inefficient, and we're not going to see any of this glowing nebulae within it there. What we're using for the software is everything that's included with the ZWO ASI Air. It is a little Raspberry Pi controlled computer, which is this little guy right here is the ASI Air. And Richard Dorset, how are you doing tonight? We have our little ASI Air Raspberry Pi controlled computer, and connected to that is the camera, our little guide scope up at the top there, and our Skywatcher EQ6R Pro mount, German equatorial mount. So all that is connected to this, and all that is connected to my laptop via a Wi-Fi signal is just dedicated to the ASI Air, and we're able to take these images with the help of the Air, tracking the night sky, and usually we'll do some processing on the weekends with some of the images that we've taken throughout the week, and other times we'll just kind of share the images as they come through there. So yeah, the whole Raspberry Pi controller just works on all of this here, and it controls the scope, controls the mount, and we sit in here in the studio nice and warm, being able to take pictures of the night sky, and then ramble on about astronomy, astrophotography, and anything else that kind of crops up there. So yeah, we're waiting for this exposure to come through. We've been trying some other things tonight. We've been getting some new images, trying some other stuff out, because it's it's fun to experiment with all this, because doing the same thing, we're gonna get some great results. However, let's take a risk and see what happens, because you don't know until you try it. We're trying to do some longer exposure images, and even like we have down here of the Andromeda Galaxy. That was a 16-minute exposure that we did earlier last week. That is our nearest galactic neighbor, and it's a very, very large galaxy, very similar in size to our galaxy, the Milky Way, and it's about 2.5 million light years away. Slowly but surely headed on a collision course with our galaxy, and we will merge eventually one day in 4.5 billion years. So mark that in your Google calendars, and we'll catch up then for that event. And our other, we have there's 3 galaxies within our region which are gravitationally bound. So there is the Andromeda Galaxy, and next door to that one is the Triangulum Galaxy. It's a little smaller. It's about half the size of our galaxy, at about 50,000 light years across. So it's a little smaller, but it packs a bit of a punch, because all these little bits of color that you're seeing, all these pink bits, are star forming regions. So it's a very active galaxy, and all these tiny little furnaces are cooking up some stars and making the forming, working on the whole formation of this galaxy here. And to kind of give you, I don't know, a rough scale of things, this little nebula right here is 1,500 light years in diameter. Now, one of the nearest nebulas to us is the Orion Nebula, seen in the constellation of Orion. When you look at the 3 stars, that's let's turn off the. When you're looking up in the night sky towards the east, you see the telltale three stars of Orion, and that's Mintaka, Alnilam, and Alnitak. But just below it, you're going to see a little faint smudge, or above it, depending on if you're in the northern or the southern hemisphere. Yeah, you're going to see a little faint smudge, and that's that is the Orion Nebula. So which itself is about 1,300 light years away. So in this little, in the galaxy that we have down there at M33, that galaxy, or sorry, this nebula here is the distance from us to Orion, to the Orion constellation. So it is a massive star forming region in this galaxy, and that would pretty much dwarf an area of our night sky if we were kind of in this area of the galaxy there. We have other larger nebulous complexes, which are more in the, you get more of them in the southern hemisphere. Those, you have the Tarantula Nebula, and in the large and small Magellanic Clouds. Those are our satellite galaxies. So there's basically no shortage of what we can see in the night sky, and and how we pick our targets is kind of loosely based on what is available to us, because I have a limited window in my back garden. So we have a great view to the east, where a lot of interesting objects kind of appear. We have no view to the south, where a lot of interesting objects appear. We have no view to the west, where a lot of interesting, you're seeing a pattern here. Everything in the night sky is very interesting to look at. However, it doesn't always work out in our favor. So we kind of have to work with what we have available in the night sky. And there are different seasons. As the months kind of go on, different objects are going to be available to us in the night sky. Come springtime, we're going to have a whole different set of objects to see. There's going to be more galaxies available in the night sky, because as we have our band of the Milky Way that we can see in the overhead at this point now. However, once we're kind of more pointed out towards interstellar space, we're looking out at more galaxies and things like that, and that's what's kind of referred to as galaxy season for astrophotographers. But yeah, thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate the messages kind of sent in chat. If you do have any questions, very happy to answer them to any length of degree that I can. And I do, I was kind of rambling on about things, and I did miss a few names. I'm very sorry. Mojo Jojo, how are you doing? If you're still watching, how's it going? Appreciate you in on the raid there with Putsy. We're happy to have you guys in here. And like I said, any kind of question you may have about astronomy, astrophotography, or kind of just what the heck I'm doing on all this here, happy to try and answer it there for you. Because at the end of the day, I do want you. I would hate to have you guys kind of walking away without any idea of what's kind of happened there. And I like to explain things as much as possible. Dreamweb, how you doing? How you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. So image of the Crab Nebula is just about done. This area of the night sky holds a supernova remnant, and it did explode in 1054 AD and was noted by Chinese astronomers. Now, this whole area is a supernova remnant, which is about 6,200 light years away from us. So, it exploded long before, it was actually discovered. So, in that time, this whole nebula has expanded. We can kind of see a tiny little preview just down below the scope there. So it's quite an interesting object in the sky, and I've tried to image it before and got a streaky smudge. Third Rock, hey, sorry I'm quiet. No worries, that's okay. Reinstalling all my processing stuff after some things happened a few weeks ago. PixInsight, StarNet++, GPU support, etc. Oh, I want to try out StarNet and see how that looks. I've seen some people do some processing, and actually I was watching Astro Addict do his live stream last week, and he used the StarNet++ to remove all the stars and then just really build up a new almost luminance layer of the nebula on top of everything, which is really interesting. So I'd like to give that a shot and see how it goes. Sorry. Almost all the nebulae that we can see are in the Milky Way. Very few extragalactic nebulae are visible. That is true. That's a lot of the larger nebulous complexes are easily available. Now, it is the image that I was showing of the Triangulum Galaxy M33. Those ones are what are that are visible, readily visible to us, because they're massive. Like all these little bits of little colorful little pink dots or red dots or red splotches. Sorry, depending on what monitor you have. Those are all nebulae, much like what we have in our galaxy. So, like I said, it's an incredibly active star forming region in here. How do you control the camera mount? Do you have a laptop outside, or do you have cables running inside? It is everything is outside, and actually my laptop is inside. So everything is being controlled by the ZWO ASI Air, which is that little. I'll zoom down on that there. The Raspberry Pi controlled computer, which is connected by a Wi-Fi signal, and it took me a long time to sort out being able to connect my laptop with the ASI Air. So that's it. That's that little guy right there, and it's being controlled by the Wi-Fi signal. And it controls my mount, controls the camera, controls the guide scope up there. And I sit in the studio, nice and warm. We are currently at 5 degrees outside right now in the UK, so it's it's chilly enough out there that the camera doesn't have to do a lot of work to kind of bring us these images, which is nice. So we have it nice and cool to. I had it down to minus 20 right now, just because I was doing a 33-minute exposure, and just wanted to try and eliminate as much noise as possible for that shot. I've left it at minus 20 right now, and I'll have to remember to warm it back up slowly after the night is over. So yeah, there's no cables running inside, so everything is nice and locked up and nice and warm. StarNet's nice, but the AI was trained on a refractor, so it won't remove diffraction spikes unless you train it for your scope. Well, I would think I would probably use it more for my for the smaller 72 ED refractor, because I think a lot of those areas are much better served using StarNet rather than kind of the close-up images there. So speaking of close-up images, we have the Crab Nebula that you guys have been patiently waiting on there. So we will jump over to that in just a hot second right now. And that's our shot of the Crab Nebula. As a 16-minute exposure, and it looks like guiding is on point tonight. Haven't really, aside from that 33-minute image, there's been really no problems with the mount whatsoever. So yeah, the Crab Nebula being the most famous and conspicuous supernova in the remnant in the sky, it's centuries-old wreckage of a stellar explosion first noted by Chinese astronomers in 1054 AD. The Crab Pulsar, a neutron star rotating 30.2 times per second, lies at the center of this nebula. The supernova that created the Crab Nebula was first noted as a guest star by Chinese astronomers on the 4th of July, 1054 AD. According to Chinese records, it reached a peak magnitude of -6, 4 times brighter than Venus. The lower the number, the brighter the object is going to be. I think our sun is about registered at -21, 25 magnitude. This supernova was visible in the daylight for 23 days and seen from the night sky for 653 days. Petroglyphs found in Navajo Canyon at the White Mesa in Arizona and in the Chicao Canyon National Park in New Mexico appear to be depictions of the event by the Anasazi Indians. Anasazi Indians, sorry. I mean, there's almost no end to all the information on the Crab Nebula there. So yeah, it's easily seen under dark skies, but can easily get lost in the background illumination under less favorable conditions. I'm in a Bortle 5 area, so I haven't tried to do much, visual astronomy with, everything is all kind of set up for astrophotography. So I can't attest to how easily it is to see this. I did look at the Orion Nebula with my first telescope, and it was a neat little hazy gray splodge in the camera there, or sorry, in the eyepiece. So what we see on the the mouse over top of that there, what we see in these images is nothing that our poor little jelly cams can process there. So the whole point of when we're doing astrophotography is to you take maybe a little shorter image time, because doing a 10-minute exposure kind of leaves you open to any tracking issues, any guiding issues, any satellites or airplanes that might fly through. But you're also you can see some of this this noise, and this is just amplified because I've just stretched the histogram. If you you move things back a little bit there, and things can kind of things will kind of clear out there, and it looks a little more smooth. But for the sake of what we do on the channel here is we punch the images up a little bit by stretching them maybe a little farther than we have to, but you kind of get a little more detail in the image there. And because we have more signal than anything coming through this, that noise is heavily mitigated with the cooling of the sensor. What's the standard exposure length when people use when they stack images? It can vary. It really depends on the target. Like, it can be, usually when I'm kind of shooting nebulae, say like the Flaming Star, I'll go for like 4 or 5 minutes on there. Some people will go 3 and then maybe use a higher ISO on their camera, or depending on the astronomy dedicated camera, a certain gain level is going to kind of net you the best transmission between all the settings there. And the gain works the same way as ISO. The higher you go, the more noise you're going to get, but you're going to kind of you amplify the noise, but you kind of seem to punch up the signal a little bit. But if you're stacking, multiple images, hours upon each other, and then that way you're just amplifying the signal, and you're kind of averaging out the noise on this here. So it's there isn't a one exposure fits all, like especially if you're shooting the Orion nebula, because that core is incredibly bright. You're not going to get all of it in one exposure length. So you're going to do your longer exposures to bring out all the details around it there, but you want to do some shorter exposures to kind of create a little dynamic range between the trapezium core there, and just tease that out there and make it and combine those two images together. Are you using a focal reducer? I am. I have a 0.6 flattener reducer on the scope there. So usually we have a native focal length of 1600 millimeters, but with the focal reducer it's about 980 millimeters, and it also it takes it from an f8 to an f4.7. So for the purpose of what we're doing for the channel here is to kind of bring as bright of an image as possible in the shortest amount of time. Now, I know 10 minutes can be a little bit of time to wait for an image to come through. However, sometimes it can be worth the wait. So, and also it just gives me time to ramble on about things as well, because sometimes, also another thing why I just do a 10-minute exposure is because the original ASI Air can't do live stacking. And I think that could be a little more beneficial, because we could almost start to eliminate a lot more noise as well. Because if it's live stacking that image, at least we're kind of averaging things out there a little bit. But until I change, say, to the ASI Air Pro, but its Wi-Fi signal has been reportedly not the best. So there is a little MacGyvering, a little jiggery pokery that you have to do to kind of bump up that signal. And I'm not that far away from the unit at all, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to be doing this and have things cut out. And as I say that, I bet you the internet's going to cut out. Although it hasn't actually dropped out at all tonight, so I don't know what's going on, what's going right, but hey, we'll stick with that. Yeah, if there is a buffering, I'll be back. Don't worry. So ever try afocal astrophotography? No, I haven't, and I'm going to refresh my memory on that as well. Okay, so you're doing the projection method. I did have, when I first started doing this, I guess in a way I did, I would have my mobile phone kind of mounted on the scope there with a little adapter, and so yeah, I guess in a way I did do afocal astrophotography with my mobile phone. I got a lot of vignetting on that, and also it's a mobile phone, so it wasn't that that well. So all those crystal clear nebulae photos on Google are all post-processing or super expensive scopes. Yes, because you do want to stack all these images up together and just get the most get as much signal out of there as possible. And I guess let me see if I can find an example of what we've done. Okay, there we go. Right. a single exposure. This was a single 5-minute exposure with my DSLR camera of the Heart Nebula. Rather unremarkable. However, that was a lot of post-processing just to try and bring out those details. Now, so when you are looking at the nebulae, it's important to take much longer exposures, or sorry, much more exposures, because that way you're going to get with the Heart Nebula, you get more details coming through there. All right, cool pool party. Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate that so much, and we hope to see you again soon. You're following now, so anytime we go live, you'll get that notification. And sometimes it can happen on a whim, because if the skies are clear, we'll be jumping out there. So thank you very much for joining in there, Cool Pool, and we'll catch you again soon. Did you get any blur with a DSLR? Define blur with the DSLR, just like the image quality. No problem, man. Take care. With the DSLR, I would get a lot more noise with my images there. So if I wanted to, it'd have to be on an EQ mount. Yes, I did have on an EQ mount. I did have some images from. I started off with an Alt-Az mount, so the images weren't, shooting the moon is great, because this is like my first moonshot, and it was a single image. I hadn't done any video imaging for it, so that was on an Alt-Az mount. As far as what was on a stationary tripod, it would have been this one shot of the Andromeda Galaxy. So there's our tiny little smudge of Andromeda there, and which was just about a 30-second exposure at I think it was probably about 18 or 20 millimeters on that shot there. So when you are at a longer, when you're at like a shorter focal length, then it can be a little more forgiving on the night sky, because you're not going to get star trails as quick. It was here's my very first shot of the Orion Nebula, and that's just with an Alt-Az mount. So I still hadn't, I started off with just a Celestron Go-To mount, and was just experimenting with trying to get any Astro photos. So tons of noise, very little detail. So it would take a while. The DSLR, like I said before, the noise builds up quickly, and some of these objects are so faint that it's tough to kind of get any meaningful signal kind of coming through there. But there's tons more examples on my Instagram page. It's kind of a bit of a combination of some art on there as well, and then leaning more towards the astrophotography end of things as we get into 2018, 2019, 2020. So yeah, that's a page if you want to check out some other bits there that we've done. I'll sometimes throw up our announcements on there, but generally Twitter is going to be the page where it's going to be the social media account where we kind of put those notifications of when we're going live. Because like I said before, the weather can change, and it can sometimes change for the worse, sometimes rarely changes for the better. I feel worse more than better sometimes, the way the weather goes for us. But we'll as far as a set schedule goes, I think really only kind of like the Saturday nights are our our image processing general chat nights that kind of can go on for, it could be a short stream or it could be a long stream. Last night was one of our longer ones. And we're pushing on that one we're at 5.5 hours now. So, we're imaging as much of the night sky as possible, and there's so many targets available right now. So I'm we'll pick a new target. I mean, the Crab Nebula is a fantastic example of what of what's up there in the sky, and it's the whole. So the Crab Nebula, the whole nebula consists of an oval-shaped mask, massive filaments surrounding a diffuse blue central region. The filaments are the remnants of the progenitor star's atmosphere ejected by the supernova explosion. They consist largely of ionized helium and hydrogen, along with carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, iron, neon, and sulfur. And that's why, and when stars explode, those are the heavier elements that are formed, are what kind of populate the universe, and what eventually leads to other star formation and just other properties that kind of get passed on to the planetary regions. Like everything that was, all the elements on Earth have come from dying stars, the death of other stars. So, stars are mainly going to be the hydrogen and helium undergoing nuclear fusion and these reactions in the core, which are, which makes these giant balls of gas ignite. But when they do explode, they do create heavier elements, which seeds the universe. So so those filaments that we're looking at here. All these, you can kind of start to see a little bit of the way how this is formed. We're right in the middle here. We have our neutron star, but everything else, all this is all radiating outwards. So what we see is like a straight line is what we're kind of looking edge on for this. But you can see the way how the filaments are all expanding out that way. And they have temperatures ranging from 11,000 and 18,000 degrees Kelvin, or just 18,000 Kelvin. The diffuse blue inner region is predominantly produced by the synchrotron radiation, and this radiation is given off by high energy electrons moving on curved paths in a strong magnetic field at up to half the speed of light. This explanation was first proposed by the Soviet astronomer Yosef Shklovsky. There we go. In 1953, and confirmed 3 years later. So I mean, there's tons of information on the Crab Nebula. That is there's no shortage of information there. So we'll make sure we save this image, because we always we'll save these images down, and eventually we will get things up on the Discord. So if those of you who care to join, that is the information there. And we'll be sharing these images so you can you get a little bit of better look at them. Like I said, there, those who are subscribers to the channel will have a separate area for you guys, where I'll put kind of the raw data up there, so you can kind of have your own attempt at processing the images, and just to kind of get, if you are an astrophotography processor, it just gives you an opportunity to try different data. So we'll have that other area for those who have subscribed to the channel, but it's not necessary to subscribe to the channel. I mean, it's for the whole point of this is not to be that we're not making massive amounts of money on here. It's really just me sharing these images of the night sky with you guys. Any money that does come in through bits or subscriptions or donations or anything like that, it all goes towards any more astrophotography gear, anything that I can get that's going to bring more enjoyment of the night sky and just more interesting images of the night sky is what I want to be able to do with everything on this channel. So, with the the cameras and the lighting and things like that, this is all just like stuff that I already have. This is just kind of what I've kind of thrown together to make some kind of presentation for you guys. So it's everything is astrophotography centric on here. The odd time we do play games, if it's incredibly cloudy and there's no other imaging processing that I'm going to do, and we'll just kind of relax with some other games now and then. Like I said before, October was Phasmophobia, and now that I'm seeing that there's some new levels being added to Phasmo, we'll probably be playing that again in the near future. And basically, as soon as that's kind of released, we'll probably be doing that for a couple of nights there, because it'll probably be cloudy. But if there's also other astronomy-based games I kind of want to get into, just to keep things on brand with things. So yeah, that's the overall loose plan of what we want to do here. Future plans being getting a multiple telescope rig set up so that we can shoot these deep field images, but also kind of get the wider field images of certain nebulae, because there are other targets that work better with a wider, the shorter focal length, so you can fit that whole object within there. So what I'm going to move over now that we've shot the Crab Nebula, and what time is it now? It is 11:30, and the clouds are kind of holding off. Let's have a look. Yeah, nice and clear. We have just peeking up above the roof line from the view of the security camera is Betelgeuse, Bellatrix, and Mesa of the Orion constellation. So what I'm going to shoot over, I'm going to aim for another galaxy, which I've shot in the past. However, with this scope and camera combination, it should look pretty interesting. In the actually, yeah, we'll go with Bode's Nebula, which is M81. And a lot of the galaxies are going to have that name of nebula attached to it there, because before telescopes were invented to be able to resolve these images, they would any observations of these areas of the night sky were largely considered to be a nebulous complex, because galaxies are still going to look smudgy, much like other nebulae do. So, the Andromeda Galaxy is known as the Great Nebula in Andromeda, until telescopes were able to resolve these areas of the night sky. We attach that nebulous name to everything there. So let's go over to M81. Right. So the ASIR has expanded their catalog as well. It kind of started off with the Messier, NGC, your named stars, things like that. And it's slowly added the comets, the double stars, the Sharpless catalog. So we have a lot more options of what to look at in the night sky. So this is kind of in the northeast area of the night sky, and hopefully it actually is available above the roof line, because it can be tricky. Now we'll see if it kind of if it comes through there. If not, we can pick. There's another target that that I'll try to go after. So it looks like actually we are on the galaxy there. So that is good. That is very good. All right, I'm about to head to bed for a quick shut eye. Head to work in a couple hours. Hope you have a great stream and a night ahead. Thank you very much, Putsy. Welcome back to streaming. We have missed you this last week, and you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So it was good to see you back on form and having some fun with everybody. So we'll catch you. Well, we'll catch you tomorrow. Maybe we'll see when you're streaming next, and we'll have some fun, have some laughs, and have a good snooze. We will catch you later, man. Take care. Woot. Don't know where the woot came from. All right, we'll pick that starter guide on. It looks like it'll do the job there. So we have I've imaged this galaxy in the past at many focal lengths, and I'll bring that picture up in a second there because you can kind of see just the resolving power of you know, what each scope or each lens is kind of gonna give you there. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Putsy. Giving it to a tier 1 sub to Dreamweb. Thank you so much. Appreciate that immensely. We are I'm very happy to welcome you, Dreamweb, as our assistant to the observatory. Like I said, with those who are our subscribers, I will have a special place in the Discord where we can have I'll have some wallpapers available of the images of the images I feel are wallpaper worthy for you know, for mobile phones or laptops or tablets or anything like that. And yeah, if you want to give a shot of doing some image processing as well, that's other options I'll be having on there. So thank you very much. Glad you joined as a subscriber. And Putsy, thank you very much. I appreciate that immensely. Have a fantastic evening, man. Too kind. So that thank you. That brings up to 20 subscribers, and that's I gotta say that's probably 20 more than I really thought we were gonna be at. You know, it's been an interesting journey doing all this because you know, I didn't know how things were going to turn out there, and you know, this is just me kind of doing what almost what I would usually be doing anyway, you know, because I would be taking images of the night sky, and to be honest, this camera and this telescope have opened up that much more to the night sky, because this is a much more sensitive camera. It's able to pick out more details. It's able to cool itself down to sub-zero temperatures to eliminate that noise, and you know, it's you know, these objects are more readily available, and I'm just impressed with how clean these images are to work with, versus that when I was using my DSLR, I was having to fight a lot to try and bring out some details, and I have to do like twice the amount of image integration. So being able to also have this image resolution kind of come through, that I can share it with you guys and bring you some interesting images. You know, it's usually I would be taking, you know, I would pick a single target for the night and shoot that for hours on end. It just being you know, just always being amazed with each exposure that comes through, just waiting for just to see if there's maybe anything interesting crops up. Haven't you know, been dedicated enough on galaxies where there have been supernovae, and it's kind of been some of those that have occurred where they're not in my field of view. So it's I don't. We can't predict when a star will explode or when it has exploded in some of the galaxies, but there are times when people have been imaging, and all of a sudden there is a new star in that section that wasn't there the night before. So, or whatever, however much time has been between the sessions there. But yeah, there's definitely a desire to somehow to capture, even if it's a supernova in progress. I really think it's incredibly unlikely to capture one that's brand new. But you never know what's going to happen. There have been some people who have been doing the live imaging, and they've captured a supernova, but unfortunately it wasn't noted in time to kind of be credited with it. But things have been captured, like even with, I'm rambling too quickly here. Even when we had our lunar eclipse about a year and a half ago, and there was tons of cameras trained on the moon, many people were imaging, and a large portion of astrophotographers caught the meteorite impact on the moon. I was imaging the moon at the same time. However, looking back at my photos, it was basically in that time between when I took a shot and when it hit, of when it happened. In between the two shots, sorry, there was one shot, the next shot, and in between there was when it hit the moon. So I totally missed that for my own capturing. And that's also one of the things that kind of comes up with these images that we're looking at. It's one thing to be looking at these in a magazine or on somebody else's Instagram page, Astro Canuck, or on TV, seeing these images. But what we're doing is, we're taking the time to pick our target, to be able to wait for this image to kind of come through. And I'm rambling on about what target we're shooting and what's really cool about this. So we're building this connection with the cosmos, and it's what I want to be able to do with these images. Is just to kind of bring a little bit of a better understanding for astronomy and astrophotography. And if anybody kind of has questions about things, there's always going to be somebody in here who's going to be able to get a fairly roundabout accurate answer for what questions you may have. And it could just even collaborating ideas and just just sharing what our hopes are for astrophotography is what I want to to be able to do on this channel. So it's a journey that we're on with all this, and what makes these images special is that we're all seeing these together as they come through the camera. So this isn't just like my image that I've taken. This is our stuff. These are our views of the universe that we're seeing come through our screens live and in color. When some people just may not have the facilities to see this area of the night sky, or even seeing a large amount of stars can be a problem with light pollution. I'm in an area that is kind of in the middle ground of light pollution, so it's not too bad, but it's not great. However, using certain filters, we're able to cut out some of that light pollution, and we're able to see some more interesting areas of the night sky. A lot of these areas are very dim, so even if you were looking at them through a telescope, it's not going to be what we see through the camera, because again, our eyes, our meat cameras, are ridiculously inefficient. Our night vision is about the equivalent of taking a photograph that's about 0.2 of a second. You're not going to get much light coming through there and being able to process. So that's why when you're out you're trying to do stargazing or looking up at the night sky, you want to leave about 25 minutes of your eyes to relax and be able to adapt to the darkness, and use red lights when possible, because that's not going to impact your vision as much as a white light or the blue light kind of coming out of your mobile phone or a flashlight or a torch, depending on your geographical location. So it's always going to be a limiting factor of our own eyes that's going to impact our enjoyment of the night sky. However, being able to have a device that might be able to track the night sky or automatically go to a certain target, so you're not fumbling around trying to star hop to different areas and making sure, like, is that it? Is that little smudge what I want to see? It's anything that can be done to maximize our enjoyment of the night sky is a benefit to everything. There are telescopes now that all you do, you're hitting one button, and it's starting the imaging process for you. It's focusing, it's aligning itself, and then it's kicking out your images to your tablet or to your mobile phone, and you're seeing these images kind of come through live on your phone. The Stellina it's an expensive bit of kit. I would love to be able to try one myself. However, there's tons of people that have been reviewing it, and there's a lot of people that have been thumbing their noses to it as well. So it's I think it's a great benefit for for star parties or outreach programs, where more people can kind of gather around in a remote area, as a group, and be able to enjoy this, the night sky images. So, being able to have this Raspberry Pi controlled computer, I'm sitting in my kitchen studio, nice and warm, fairly warm, and just being able to get these images coming through and sharing them with you guys. It's just that little bit that last in the year ago, this wasn't really feasible. So at least for me, I mean, this technology has been around for longer than that, but being able to affording this opportunity to be able to share these images with you guys is special, because like I said before, looking through the phone, looking through the eyepiece isn't, again, to me it's selfish, because other people need to see this. You guys need to see these images. Like, we're looking at galaxies, millions of light years away. And it's in terms of our terrestrial lives, that the light travels. Everything we're seeing is light being reflected off these. The speed of light being 200, just almost 300 million miles per second, or meters per second. It's in astronomical terms, it's incredibly slow. Like, the light coming from the sun is taking 8 minutes to get to us. When we look at the moon, we're seeing the moon as it was its light 1 second ago. Mars, 8 to 13 minutes or so, depending on its orbit. But it's everything that we're seeing is just it's taking incredibly long to get to us, and it has changed from when that light has emitted to when we're seeing it now. So if we were to travel towards an object at faster than the speed of light, could we see it change in real time and see how much it's evolved over the millennia? It's weird thoughts like that kind of cross my mind every now and then. But being able to share this with you guys is what I want to do, and I'm incredibly happy to be doing this with you. And again, I thank you guys an incredible amount of the amount of followers, those who are showing an interest in astronomy, in astrophotography, and just being able to any fringe curiosities to kind of bring that in and help you guys understand the night sky a little more, and kind of gain a little more appreciation, a little more understanding of what we're looking at out there. Is it's that little bit of reassurance that I kind of want to be able to offer out there in a way. Because of everything else that's kind of going on down here, out there, it doesn't care. If anything, the universe will try to kill you in any way, shape, or form. It's dangerous beyond our little bubble here. But we can look at the night sky and observe everything as it was. We're we're looking at the some of these stars up there are ghosts. They've exploded, but we just haven't seen it happen yet. Betelgeuse could have exploded, but we won't know it yet. It could happen at any time. That any time could also be anywhere between today and a million years from now when we see this light reach us. So what we have everything out there is constantly in motion as well, and it's just in our viewpoint. It's there's very little movement that we actually see. There are some stars that have been recorded of their movements, but there are others that their light is emitted from millions of years ago that we're not going to see any movement on that. But it's just an interesting science, an interesting view from our little pale blue dot that I enjoy bringing to your screens. And if it causes any questions to pop up, any existential dread, like I have on many occasions, trying to fathom the distances and just the scale of some of these areas, and even like thinking about the size of stars and trying to place a star in our sun's position and how many planets get eliminated with that size star being put in there is they all look like almost the same sized point of light in the sky, and some of them are burning hotter and some of them are cooler but much larger than our sun. So it's a very interesting place to look up there. And if you have any interest in all of this, it's this is where I like to see you guys come in and just kind of join in, and just have a little bit of a conversation, have a bit of a talk, and just do what we can to help each other enjoy the night sky as much as possible. If you're just starting out with astrophotography and you think your images are shit, I thought my images were shit too. I still think they're pretty crummy sometimes. It's rare that I am totally satisfied with an image, but that in that way, it's one of those things you want to strive to improve your skills. You're going to reach out to other people. You're going to discover other people who are into astrophotography, and you pick up some different tips and tidbits of information along the way, and you kind of apply it to your craft of how you work your images. It's an evolving hobby. It can be your lifestyle. And you just see different people with their different approaches to astrophotography, and just their philosophy can be a little different, but also insightful as well. And it's for those who have been inspired by what I've done, which is I had other people kind of react differently to things, and it's humbling to be an influencer on be an influence on people's feelings and what they've kind of created from things that I've shown them on here. So it's cool. I have a good time doing this, and I think what also is that before, if it was kind of just me doing imaging, and if it was not going to be clear, but all of a sudden it kind of cleared up, I would resign myself to staying in for the night and think, oh well, I'll just come out next night. But doing this, and when it is clear, I'm more than happy to be coming out and doing a broadcast and sharing this with you guys, and it just adds that little bit of more motivation to things. Although motivation may not be the right word. It's the desire, the drive to just to ramble on about astronomy. Is what I like to be able to do here, and I appreciate you guys allowing me to have these soapbox moments, and in 20 seconds, all that rambling hopefully will be worth it. That we'll have a picture of Bode's Nebula, which is a a galaxy in Ursa Major. So let's see this one come through at a 16.5-minute exposure of a galaxy 12 million light years away. Right. Do a little stretch on this. Let's back that off a tiny bit. For me, this is new. I've shot this galaxy before. I've imaged this galaxy before. However, what is new is these little plips of nebulosity in here. I hadn't seen that before. I think that's amazing. That's the hydrogen alpha wavelength of light that we're seeing coming through these nebulae in this area. Now I love this even more now. It's just being able to see what's kind of like unseen to me before. I've imaged M81 at different focal lengths. I've had different amounts of integration time, and yeah, just seeing it like this, and not even like going back to the camera for a quick second, is just that the core isn't blown out. I've had with my DSLR, I've had like this area is kind of like inaccessible because it's all just basically all white. So the range of the camera is is incredible. Maybe I'll back it off just a tiny bit here. It's this is there's another galaxy beside it, the Cigar Galaxy, which I'm probably going to image another night, because I'm probably going to end things off with this galaxy. However, a quick little information on there is that MSC 81 is a galaxy in Ursa Major and one of the most conspicuous spiral galaxies in the sky. It forms a physical pair with its neighbor M82 and is the dominant galaxy in the M81 group. Pentori, how you doing? And the Garland Galaxy. That's the NGC 3077 that's in there. I have a nice wide field view of this as well, and I love that one at the same time there. Yeah, so this is our 16.5-minute exposure of the of M81, of Bode's Nebulae, and like I said before, I've shot this at different focal lengths, but being able to pick out these the nebulous areas in this galaxy, the filters I'd used prior weren't exposing this area here. So while normally we're going to shoot galaxies in a broadband filter and catch as much light as possible, narrowing that band of light that's coming through, we're able to see these little pockets of activity in the area. And see, I don't know if I'm going to start amplifying and blowing things out too much here. Space Shippy, how you doing, brother? Good to see you in here. You just woke up. Fantastic. Hey, thanks for coming in. We've been imaging a lot longer than expected. I know. I want to get some more images of this area of the sky because yeah, it's incredibly interesting. Um, we've this is 16 and a half minutes single exposure on this galaxy, and it's about 12 million light years away. And it's become one of my favorite targets to shoot because I've imaged it at so many different focal lengths, and we're able to resolve different areas of this galaxy. And before I wasn't able to kind of see these the darker bands and the little red pockets that or pink or whatever monitor you have on there. Those are all little star forming regions, kind of like our Orion Nebula. So I mean, it's definitely a target that is nice and distant in nice and large in this sensor, and yeah, definitely want to get some more time on this. This is fantastic. Thank you. I'm pleased to be bringing these images to you guys. I'm like I've said before, this is what I want to do. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to bring you the universe to your screen. It's one of those targets that is just incredibly detailed. The focal length is it could be a little longer, however. We're getting some great details in the spiral arms, and being able to have a clear night is much longer than expected. There is always a bonus. Pentori, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for joining the observatory. Welcome you very much to our community, and we're very happy to have you along. We're kind of slowly wrapping things up for tonight. It's gone on a little longer than expected in a good way, because I was informed with my forecast that the clouds were going to roll in about an hour and a half ago. So this is some bonus time here, and happy to see some new faces pop in. Happy to see some familiar faces in the chat. It's been a great night, and I think the crowning moment has to be we've shot another galaxy that was a 33-minute exposure, which is what we don't usually do. So of the Triangulum galaxy of M31 is it was a test of the equipment, and overall I'd say everything kind of worked spectacularly. Being able to see all these other, much like how we saw on the previous galaxy, all these little pockets of red are active star-forming regions or of nebulosity that are, the hydrogen gas that's being excited in these areas that we're seeing this all in action. And this is one of those galaxies that's within our local group that we're all the three of us with the Milky Way, this galaxy M33, and M31, the Andromeda galaxy. We're all gravitationally bound together, and in about 4.5 billion years we're going to have one big party. So until then, we'll view our neighbors from afar and just wonder at all the contents that they have to offer. And it's been like I said, an amazing night. Actually, it's been a fantastic weekend overall with all this, because last night there's some really good conversation, some good questions that had kind of come through, and just incredibly happy to be rambling on about astronomy and astrophotography as much as possible. And in this short time that we've been running this channel, the reception has been amazing, and I owe it to a lot of other streamers who have kind of reached out and done more than they probably would need to. You don't. It's not an expected thing, but there's been a lot of people that have kind of been instrumental in kind of getting me to this point, and I thank them so much. I mean, Shippy, you are inspirational. Your community is incredibly positive. It's kind of made me realize what kind of community I want to be able to foster in this with this channel, and just have this generally positive attitude, and just shouting out everything that's that's great about what people are doing. you know, just being able to share some different ideas, sharing. You know, if you want to check out the Warship, he's from Perth, Western Australia. He is a former pro wrestler, and he is doing some amazing stuff on Twitch. You know, Putsy has been a very good Twitch friend and a very generous contributor to the channel. And it's just all these people who are there to kind of help out. And that's what I want to be able to do as well, is, you know, I'm helping you guys see the universe, and I'm trying to be able to introduce you guys to some new people, and, you know, just expand our community in any way, shape, or form, really. So, like I said, happy to share this with you guys, and just very happy to have you guys along for the ride, because it's been incredible the way how things have gone, and you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of pops up in the future. And you know, I've had my ideas kind of come out just without a filter, and just kind of wondering about what would no budget do for the channel. You know, I have my kind of ideas of what we have to kind of get sorted for things like, we have our dew heater system that we want to be able to combat any condensation on the scope. That I'll get that sorted out soon. The pipe dream of having a dual scope setup, so we can have our deep field images, or you know, or even having our wide field images. You know, just being able to shoot different targets. You know, like we have our you know, the heart of the Heart Nebula, which is Malot 15. You know, getting this close-up view of this target with this scope, but at the same time, you know, also being able to see other areas of this whole nebula, because this whole thing exists in the center of this large complex. So being able to do a dual rig shot and shoot one area, but then also get the bigger picture, is something that can add a lot more context into what we're doing. You know, those are the plans for the future of this channel, and just what I want to be able to do for astrophotography. And you know, it's what I want to do, to be able to share these images with you guys, and just bring these images to your screen when those who may not be able to get certain views of the night sky. You know, we have people from the southern hemisphere where these targets aren't available. You can't see them. There are targets in the southern hemisphere that I want to shoot, but they're not available. So it's just sharing as much of the night sky with each other as possible is what I want to be able to do. So, you know, that's my ultimate goal on here, is to share as much of the night sky with you guys as possible, and you know, maybe make your days a little more interesting if possible. So we'll see where the weather takes us. Like I said before, the announcements will kind of go out on Twitter. I do have the Discord set up, and we'll get that rolling. It's a bit of a bit of work to kind of get things sorted out there, but you know, I'm slowly but surely kind of getting things rolling on the channel here. So I appreciate you guys coming in. I appreciate you guys in the chat, and everybody who's asked any questions about astronomy, astrophotography, and we'll aim to. Thursday night might be a good night for some astrophotography, because it's kind of clear, but the weather's iffy. So we'll see how that plays out, because we'll you know, the weather can change in the UK pretty quickly. So if you know, we'll see how that goes from here. Now I'm looking for, see if there's anybody else we can pass you guys off to at the moment. As far as people who I'm following, Doesn't look like anybody is live at the moment. So, who can we send this over to? Let's go. Oh, this is taking too long. I was on a roll. It was working out so well. Oh, but we will have our Saturday nights generally are going to be the rainy day astronomy, where we'll process some images so you can kind of see just how much more detail can be pulled out of an image versus like our single exposures, because it's things look a little different there, because so you get the better signals. Mojo Jojo, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate the love. I can't thank you guys. I really can't thank you guys enough. I mean, I keep saying thank you and how much I appreciate it, but I just hope that it's coming off as genuine as possible, because without you guys, I'm just babbling on to myself, and I look like an absolute nutter. So I thank you guys for coming in here. Let's see, science and technology. This is, you've been lurking the whole time. That is cool. I appreciate the lurks as well. It's there's no pressure, no stress on trying to you don't have to always join in. If you don't have a question, that's totally fine. If you don't want to ask a question on the stream, anywhere, any avenue, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, it's all Astro Canuck or the Astro Canuck, depending on which kind of pops up here. And I do thank Putsy as well for gifting that tier 1 sub to Dreamweb today, taking us up to 20 subscribers. So once we hit that 25 mark, we're going to be able to add a new emote. So anything else that we do, thank you for Shippy. No problem. You've done countless shout outs for me, and I appreciate that so much. And this is what I've learned from you, is just to share the love around as much as possible. Just happy to spread that same positive mantra that you guys have on your stream as well there. So yeah, it's just one of those ways I just like to try to pay it forward for you guys. Now I'm going to keep the science thing rolling there. And while some people may say geology is not a real science, I'm going to send you guys over to Rocket Sage. And it looks like she got some pretty interesting stuff. So geology is a little bit of an offshoot of astronomy, because they're going to be talking about what is in what comes from space, what has been originated from, what these rocks are forming on. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mojo. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you guys enjoy, and you're sticking around for as long as you do. And again. Still can't thank you guys enough. All right, there we go. We'll pass you guys off to Rocket Sage, and hopefully she's got some interesting stuff. I will give her a follow as well, and share the love. So I will see you guys on the next stream, which hopefully will be Thursday. If not, it will be Saturday. But we will. We'll go on to have some more announcements of when the next stream is going to be. So I appreciate everybody who's been in here, and we will catch you on the next stream. So I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
god, that's such a good name. Oh, Jojo. Oh, it's potassium nitrate? I didn't know that, Cav. Thank you. Asbestos looks like feather fibers. That's true. Thank you for getting a shout out. Hello! Welcome, guys.